The devouring black moon descended from the sky and engulfed the illusory ancestor in the blink of an eye. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and the devour black moon contracted and flew into his hand. The illusion ancestor's screams came from the devour black moon. So strong! The undying mountain's Laming is actually this powerful. That's an infinity warlock. A trifling advanced bright world warlock can suppress an infinity warlock. What a freak! When the spectating infinity warlocks saw Yang Feng suppress the illusion ancestor, their countenance changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. Each infinity warlock has the power to overturn rivers and seas and destroy a plane by themselves. They aren't existences that Bright World warlocks can challenge. In the Bright World warlock realm, even if it is a peerless genius who has formed a virtual world, most of them can only contend against junior infinity warlocks. Although the illusion ancestor is only a junior infinity warlock, but the eyes of illusion and the eyes of destruction flame are extremely terrifying. Even intermediate infinity warlocks are apprehensive of them. Now that Yang Feng has suppressed him, the countenance of the spectating infinity warlocks changed dramatically, and they regard him as an opponent on the same level. Holding the devour black moon in his hand, the corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Infinity warlock. This is the first infinity warlock I have personally suppressed. I have finally reached this point. Infinity warlock rank powerhouses, even in the eras of the 8 warlock dynasties, were almighty warlock rank overlords. Above infinity warlock rank are warlock monarchs who dominate a certain kingdom or hundreds of planar war zones. Above warlock monarchs are holy spirit warlocks who are the protectors of their race. In the Zhangji plane, even the strongest powerhouses of the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Western world are only infinity warlocks. To be able to suppress an infinity warlock, even if it is a junior infinity warlock, Yang Feng can already be regarded as one of the top powerhouses of the Zhangji plane. Looking at the devour black moon in Yang Feng's right hand, Poital is both shocked and angry. Damn it! How did he grow so fast? If it wasn't for the unclear attitude of the abyssal Grand Dukes around Poital, and if it wasn't for the fact that there are infinity warlocks with unknown force fields everywhere, Poital would have dispatched the 3 marshals around him at all costs to strangle Yang Feng. An infinity warlock dressed in a black warlock robe and shrouded in wisps of black gas said coldly, "Lei Ming, the illusion ancestor, is an old friend of mine. Give him to me, and I'll pretend that nothing happened." Yang Feng glanced at the infinity warlock with an indifferent gaze, surged with killing intent, and ordered coldly, "Nothing happened? Since you dare to be an enemy of the undying mountain, then go to hell. Alexia, kill him." "Yes, my lord." A cold ray shimmered in Alexia's beautiful eyes, and she turned into a black ray of light, appeared in front of the infinity warlock in an instant, and slashed at the infinity warlock with a sword containing terrifying dark force. The infinity warlock raised his right hand, and a simple and mysterious green shield secret treasure suddenly appeared. Bright stars emerged from the green shield secret treasure, and formed one star vortex after another. Alexia's sword slashed at the starry vortexes, and the black sword ray was twisted by the layers of starry vortexes before collapsing. After the starlight vortex shattered the black sword light, the starlight condensed into light arrows. Tens of thousands of arrows shot towards Alexia like raindrops. Even though Alexia tried her best to block, she was still blasted hundreds of meters away by the countless starlight arrows. The fallen angel battle armor on her body was also cracked by the starlight arrows. A dignified shade streaked past Yang Feng's eyes. Incredible, this person should be an infinity warlock rank powerhouse. Infinity warlocks are divided into grades, and the gap in strength between them is enormous. The infinity warlock has a level 9 secret treasure, the 9 Poles Star Vortex Shield, that is very compatible with his secret method. It is with this secret treasure that he was able to blast Alexia away with a single blow. Almost at the same time, from a shadow behind the infinity warlock, Yang Feng's ruler of the night avatar appeared silently, and stabbed the strong divine force grade god armament, the dagger of the night, at the back of the infinity warlock. One magic shield after another appeared behind the infinity warlock. The dagger of the night, which exudes dark and profound fluctuations of power, easily pierced through the magic shields and stabbed into the infinity warlock. "No!" Eyes shot with blood, the infinity warlock screamed miserably. Countless black runes immediately diffused out of his body and spread in all directions. Alexia appeared in front of the Infinity Warlock and slashed his head with her sword. Then, terrifying dark force formed a beam that slashed the Infinity Warlock's Infinity Core and extinguished the Infinity Warlock's soul. Yang Feng beckoned with a hand, and the slain Infinity Warlock's corpse flew into a storage ring. At the same time, he closed the fingers of his hand, and the illusion ancestor was devoured and killed by the Devour Black Moon. So strong. The Undying Mountain is really full of experts. Amazing. So this is the strength of the Undying Mountain. It's really powerful. When the Infinity Warlocks saw this scene, their eyes shimmered with apprehension. The several powerhouses who wanted to compete with Yang Feng over the Infinity Warlock's corpse looked at each other, and then disappeared silently. Yang Feng has many experts under his command. They don't dare to clash head-on with him. Seeing this scene, Poidal narrowed his eyes and ordered, "Agnipe, come back." Chapter 798. With a flash of black light, Agnipe slayed dozens of Type 2 Undyings with a sword strike, and then flew back to Poidal's side and looked coldly at Yang Feng and company in the distance. The Fallen Angel Legion, which suffered heavy casualties, stopped fighting and flew back to Poidal's side. Poidal took a deep look at the several abyssal fiend lords, and then his gaze finally fell on Alexia next to Yang Feng and said unhurriedly, "Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming, your reputation is well deserved. Alexia is my subordinate. Young master Lei Ming, can you return her to me? As long as you return her to me, I can offer you 10,000 beautiful virgins from the endless abyss as well as a Warlock Monarch rank soul core." A Warlock Monarch soul core. What a generous offer. That's a Warlock Monarch soul core. If used well, it can be made into a Monarch-grade secret treasure. If used well, that Warlock Monarch soul core may be able to create an Infinity Warlock. As soon as Poidal said this, the eyes of the surrounding human Infinity Warlocks lit up, and they radiated queer light. A Warlock Monarch soul core contains part of the mysteries and power of the Warlock Monarch soul core. If Pinnacle Infinity Warlock and Quasi-Warlock Monarch rank existences can get their hands on a Warlock Monarch soul core, they will have a higher chance of breaking through the bottleneck and advancing to the Warlock Monarch realm. If it wasn't for the fact that abyssal fiends and fallen angels find it difficult to use Warlock Monarch soul cores, Poidal would have already absorbed them. Alexia's face remained unchanged. Her gaze fell on Yang Feng, and apprehension streaked across her eyes. For the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal, the Warlock Monarch soul core is a treasure of great value that cannot be used. But for the human warlock Yang Feng, it is indeed a treasure. Yang Feng's killing intent surged, and he said with a cold smile, "Alexia is mine. In my mind she is thousands of times more precious than a Warlock Monarch soul core." "Poidal, you want to take back Alexia? That's just a pipe dream." Alexia heaved a sigh of relief, and a trace of gentleness appeared in her eyes. Yu Yan also looked at Yang Feng in surprise, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with an enigmatic glint. Even the Great Cloud Dynasty doesn't have a Warlock Monarch rank soul core. After all, the soul core of a Warlock Monarch is a consumable. Once it appears and falls into the hands of an Infinity Warlock, it will be used to comprehend the mysteries contained in the Warlock Monarch soul. If it was an ambitious and ruthless character like Great Cloud Dynasty's Emperor by Wuxia, he would definitely exchange a subdued Infinity Warlock for a Warlock Monarch soul core. Poidal's eyes flickered and he slowly said, "Unfortunately, this is not the place to fight. How about we fight after we get out of this tomb?" Yang Feng said decisively, "All right. In the tomb of the Death Lord, there are dozens of Infinity Warlocks, each of whom possesses extraordinary means. For fear of harming innocent bystanders, Poidal doesn't dare to fight Yang Feng here. If it wasn't for the fact that he has no other choice, Yang Feng wouldn't want to fight Poidal here. Each of Poidal's 3 fallen angel marshals has followed him through countless battles of life and death, and has even slain Warlock Monarchs. None of them are easy to deal with." An Infinity Warlock pointed with a finger, and a mage hand appeared out of thin air and extended towards the bronze coffins covering the square. The bronze coffins trembled slightly, and strange bronze runes shot out from them. Then the coffin lids flew open and revealed a pitch-black taboo stone inside the coffins. Crack! Crack! Along with brittle sounds, the taboo stone shattered, And a powerhouse with black hair and eyes and advanced bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power wearing a bronze armor woke up inside the taboo stone. The bright world warlock who climbed out of the bronze coffin jumped out of the coffin, looked loftily at the Infinity Warlocks, and barked, "I am Zhou Chao, commander of the Death Lord's Death Royal Army. This is the place where the great Death Lord sleeps. Why don't you leave now? Do you want your kin to be executed?" The Death Lord's Death Royal Army is a peerless army of the Death Dynasty that swept across the world. This is a commander of the Death Royal Army? Could it be that the Death Dynasty's Death Royal Army is sealed inside these coffins? The countenance of the Infinity Warlocks changed dramatically, and they stared at Zhou Chao with apprehension in their eyes. The Death Royal Army is the royal army of the Death Lord. It is a gathering of countless races and powerhouses in the territory of the Death Dynasty. Even an ordinary soldier of the Death Royal Army is a Moonlight Warlock rank existence. The four marshals of the Death Royal Army are all Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. After the fall of the Lord of Death, the invincible Death Imperial Army, which had followed him through many battles, mysteriously disappeared. No one expected that the divine army that swept the world in the Death Dynasty era would be sealed in a taboo stone and appear in front of everyone after hundreds of thousands of years. Kill him. The Death Royal Army must not be resurrected, or we will all die without a burial place. An incomparably strange voice suddenly rang out, and a demonic right hand condensed from magic descended from the sky, ruthlessly suppressing Zhou Chao. Zhou Chao roared, and the bronze armor he wore suddenly radiated green light. He slashed out with the ancient bronze sword in his hand, and a green sword ray tore through the void and slashed the fiend's right hand. Amazing! A trifling bright world warlock can actually contend against an Infinity Warlock. Is this the power of the Death Royal Army? They must not be allowed to wake up, or else we will all die without a burial place. Soul fluctuations diffused in the square. The countenance of the Infinity Warlocks hiding themselves changed dramatically, and they cast spells barreling towards Zhou Chao. Lightning, poison arrows, curses, flames, all kinds of powerful offensive spells crazily bombarded Zhou Chao one after another. Zhou Chao exuded the breath of a primordial beast, and brandished the ancient bronze sword to slash at the spells. Under the bombardment of the spells, Zhou Chao's bronze armor cracked inch by inch, and he became riddled with wounds. The Death Royal Army is invincible. My lord is eternal and undefeated. Zhou Chao's eyes widened and he roared. As if his life is burning, his breath climbed to the Infinity Warlock realm in an instant, and then his body burst apart and turned into a copious amount of flesh and blood that fell into the surrounding bronze coffins. The bronze coffins trembled, and the bronze runes began to radiate green light. Use a sealing spell. Don't you want those old antiques to come into being? A voice sounded in the area, and strange runes evolved into all kinds of weird and incredible existences that fell from the sky and entered the bronze coffins. When the bronze coffins were suppressed by the strange seal, all of their power was suppressed, and the Death Praetorian Guard powerhouses inside fell silent. Since the Death Dynasty, human warlocks have been developing for hundreds of thousands of years. Although they have repeated the process of prosperity and decline, but human warlocks' secret methods have also been improving. Infinity Warlocks are top existences in the Zhangji plane. Every Infinity Warlock can stand out from countless geniuses, and they are geniuses among geniuses. Sealing spells are a powerful spell that every Infinity Warlock must master to defeat the strong with the weak. After the bronze coffins were sealed by the warlocks present, the huge square suddenly shook violently, and a black channel that seems to be able to devour everything suddenly appeared. The bronze coffins in the square were immediately sucked into the black passageway, disappearing. The Infinity Warlocks looked at the strange black channel and looked at each other, not daring to enter. An Infinity Warlock waved his hand, and a 10-meter-tall steel golem engraved with countless runes suddenly appeared. As soon as the steel golem appeared, it took a few steps in succession and chased after the Infinity Warlocks into the black channel, and then disappeared. Along with flashes of light, various extraordinary life forms and servants subdued by the Infinity Warlocks appeared and flew towards the black channel. As soon as the extraordinary life forms flew into the black channel, they disappeared without a trace, as if there is a peerless beast hibernating in the black channel devouring all life forms. Yang Feng looked at the pitch-black channel and operated the fate algorithm, and a terrifying premonition of death suddenly welled up in his heart. The fate algorithm is warning me that once I step into the black channel, I will definitely die. There was a dignified look in Yang Feng's eyes, and he waved his hand, and dozens of Type 2 undyings flew into the black channel. As soon as the dozens of Type 2 undyings flew into the black channel, they strangely lost contact with Yang Feng, which made Yang Feng even more apprehensive. At this moment, an infinity warlock suddenly appeared at the end of the square, and pressed his hand on a relief engraved with sticks. The relief engraved with sticks shone slightly, and then suddenly distorted and emitted dense black gas. The infinity warlock passed through the relief engraved with sticks and entered inside. Chapter 799. The infinity warlocks took a look at the weird relief sculpture, and their eyes lit up. Their figures fluttered, and they turned into streams of light flying towards the weird relief sculpture. Ripples flickered, and the infinity warlocks passed through the weird relief sculptures. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, and then operated the fate algorithm. There was no sense of danger. His figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and entered the relief sculpture. Strange fluctuations flickered, and Yang Feng passed through the strange relief sculpture, and appeared in another world. That's Styx. To be able to intercept Styx and bring it here, the Death Lord is really amazing. Yang Feng glanced around and saw a Styx exuding nether aura running through the void appear in the sky of that world. Drops of Styx water dripped from Styx and fell on the ground, exuding nether aura. Weak souls tumbled down from Styx, fell into that world, and combined with the soil, rocks, trees, and other existences of that world to form all kinds of strange extraordinary life forms. As soon as the weak extraordinary life forms are born, they will become food for the powerful extraordinary life forms. Only some extraordinary life forms that constantly fight and devour each other can evolve into powerful extraordinary life forms and become existences at the top of the food chain. As soon as Yang Feng and his subordinates entered this strange world shrouded in nether aura, they instantly felt a powerful law force envelop this strange world. After 3 breaths of time, most of the tremendous life force inside Yang Feng and his subordinates was sealed. No longer able to sense the powerful energy contained in heaven and earth, they fell to the ground. A magic ban world. This world has most of the laws and elemental forces sealed. It's equivalent to a magic ban world. In this world, only the power of the fleshly body can be used, which is extremely disadvantageous for most human warlocks. When Yang Feng fell from the sky, he felt as if shackles were imposed on his body, and the 9 small worlds inside him were suppressed by a terrifying force. It is very difficult to mobilize a trace of power. However, Yang Feng's powerful fleshly body, which he obtained by cultivating the primal chaos imperishable body, still possesses terrifying power. As soon as Yang Feng, Alexia, Yu Yan and Seabass landed, hundreds of strange monsters exuding the aura of the dead rushed towards them. In addition, in the Magic Ban world, the Infinity Warlocks who took the lead in entering the Magic Ban world are also fighting the weird monsters exuding the breath of the dead. Each Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse has gone through countless transformations, and their fleshly body and soul have undergone tremendous evolution. Even though the fleshly body of human warlocks is far inferior to that of other races, but the fleshly body of Infinity Warlocks is still terrifying, and can slay glorious Dawn Warlock rank extraordinary life forms. Kill them all. Yang Feng swept the weird monsters exuding the aura of the dead with his gaze and said coldly. The engines of the Type 2 Undyings roared. Like ferocious steel behemoths, they fiercely rushed into the strange monsters and brandished their swords to slash. Along with flashes of light, the weird monsters were chopped into pieces by the Type 2 Undyings. In this Magic Ban world, Yang Feng's battle robots are not affected at all, because their power source is high energy crystals, not elemental energy or life magic energy drifting in the world. Moreover, the seal in this Magic Ban world has no effect on the high energy crystals. Yang Feng beckoned with a hand, and 4 Type 2 Undyings appeared in front of the 4 of them and landed on the ground. With a light jump, Yang Feng jumped onto a Type 2 Undying. Alexia and the other 2 experts nimbly jumped onto the 4 Type 2 Undying. The engines of the 4 Type 2 Undyings roared, and they suddenly flew towards the center of the Magic Ban world. On the ground, the figures of the human infinity warlocks flickered and burst out at full speed, and they flew towards the center of the magic band world at Mach 6 or 7 speed. All the dead blocking in front of the infinity warlocks were blasted apart by the human infinity warlocks. A golden coffin was placed in the center of the forbidden magic world. Above the golden coffin, there was a river Styx flowing through the sky. Droplets of the river Styx's water fell on the golden coffin and were absorbed by the coffin. Behind the golden coffin, there was a small tree floating in the void, its roots piercing into the void. It was about a meter in size and had 36 green leaves, each of which was engraved with countless mysterious runes. On its 9 branches there were 9 red fruits. The tiny tree floated there, as if it was the center of the entire world, and all the extraordinary power in the world seemed to be absorbed by it. Rings of mysterious halos spread out from the small tree, filled with endless mysteries. When Yang Feng saw the red fruit tree, his heart thumped wildly, and his eyes shimmered with a scorching shade. This is one of the most mysterious eternal god trees in the Zhangji Plain, the Navagraha life-death fruit tree. It is a god-grade treasure that fell into the hands of the Death Lord in the past. Each Navagraha life-death fruit tree can extend one's lifespan by 100,000 years. Furthermore, if consumed using a secret method, the power of the Navagraha life-death fruit tree can promote the soul aptitude of a human warlock from inferior level 9 to intermediate level 9. Eternal god trees are god-grade extraordinary plants that have been passed down since the era of Eternals. Each eternal god tree is unique and possesses different extraordinary powers. It is impossible to cultivate a second god-grade extraordinary plant. The extraordinary divine force contained in the Navagraha life-death fruit tree can enhance the soul aptitude and prolong the lifespan of warlocks. After a warlock's soul aptitude breaks through the godman boundary, it is very difficult to promote it by a level. The Navagraha life-death fruit tree can enable a warlock with superior level 8 soul aptitude to break through the godman boundary and become a peerless genius with inferior level 9 soul aptitude. However, only by taking all 9 of them together can a warlock with inferior level 9 soul aptitude promote to intermediate level 9 soul aptitude in one fell swoop. Navagraha life-death fruit tree. It seems that my harvest this time isn't small. All of you get the hell out of here. Otherwise go to hell. A muscular man with a bare upper body, engraved with countless mysterious runes, and a pair of eyes that were as bright as stars, wearing a necklace made of the skulls of all kinds of extraordinary creatures. He looked like a humanoid ferocious beast as he strode over. Every time the burly man took a step forward, the ground of the forbidden magic world would suddenly crack open. Countless cracks spread out like spider webs, as if it was unable to bear the burly man's body, and the sound of earthquakes rang out incessantly. Yang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he uttered solemnly, "Barbarians. Barbarians are a human race living in a magic ban world in the Zhangji Plains eastern world. In the territory of the barbarians, only the fleshly body can be cultivated. Many barbarian powerhouses sneaked into the world of human warlocks, stole human body tempering warlock secret methods, modified them, and created a fearsome secret method called the barbarian secret method. By relying on the barbarian secret method, the barbarians occupied the magic ban world in one fell swoop. At the same time, they often attacked the Great Cloud Dynasty to plunder wealth and people. They are one of the great troubles around the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Great Cloud Dynasty has to station elite troops near the barbarian realm all year round to suppress the barbarian powerhouses. The Great Cloud Dynasty has fought with the barbarians several times. Outside the barbarian realm, the barbarian powerhouses are not the opponents of the Great Cloud Dynasty's warlocks. But inside the barbarian realm, the Great Cloud Dynasty's main force has been defeated several times by the barbarian powerhouses, suffering heavy casualties and even losing 2 infinity warlocks. I am the son of the great barbarian god Wu Honggu, a rare genius of the barbarians, the future barbarian god. Lei Ming, submit to me or die." The barbarian powerhouse Wu Honggu took a step forward. The earth shook, and a fearsome crack extended towards Yang Feng. Alexia suddenly emerged, appeared in front of Wu Honggu, and slashed at him with her sword. "Fool, in this kind of environment, I am invincible." Wu Honggu smiled ferociously. His body radiated faint fluorescence, and he grabbed Alexia's fallen angel sword and crushed it with a casual squeeze. Wu Honggu took a step forward and slammed his right hand into Alexia's abdomen lightning fast, leaving afterimages in its wake. The fearsome power condensed into a vortex of power and blasted Alexia's abdomen open, and a copious amount of blood and fragments splashed about. Yu Yan's figure fluttered, and she appeared in front of Alexia, grabbed her and retreated briskly. Seabass suddenly appeared behind Wu Honggu and slashed at him with his sword. "It's no use. Here I am, the only king, the only god." Wu Honggu smiled ferociously. Instead of evading Seabass's sword strike, he sent a fist barreling towards Yu Yan. With a flash of an afterimage, Wu Honggu's fist slammed into Yu Yan's back. The monarch-grade secret treasure Black Fenghuang armor withstood more than 70% of Wu Honggu's power, but the remaining 30% still jolted Yu Yan's internal organs, and she spewed out a large mouthful of blood. When Seabass's sword slashed at Wu Honggu, there was the sound of metal striking metal. He didn't even leave a mark on Wu Honggu. "Die, ant!" Wu Honggu grinned ferociously. He turned around and punched Seabass's abdomen, shattering Seabass's abdomen. Hundreds of gravity manipulators fired a dense rain of gravity balls that slammed into Wu Honggu. As if carrying a mountain on his back, Wu Honggu knelt on the ground. Lightning bolts descended from the sky and blasted Wu Honggu's body, causing him to feel slightly numb. Yang Feng took this opportunity to punch Wu Honggu in the head again. As if a huge sledgehammer, Wu Honggu's head caved in slightly. With the cooperation of a swarm of battle robots, Yang Feng, who has the upper hand, punched Wu Honggu's vital points one after another. Wu Honggu's head caved in, his facial features twisted, and he turned into a corpse. At the moment when Wu Honggu was killed by Yang Feng, a green figure flew over from afar and rushed towards the Navagraha life-death fruit tree. "Screw off!" Bathed in blood like a savage beast, Yang Feng suddenly appeared in front of the Infinity Warlock dressed in a green warlock robe and sent a fist barreling towards the other party. "Little bastard, you're courting death." The eyes of the Infinity Warlock dressed in a green warlock robe shimmered with anger, and he roared. His palm suddenly expanded by a size, and a green giant tree projection barreled towards Yang Feng. Virtually every human warlock Infinity Warlock is a powerhouse who has climbed to the top step by step through countless struggles. They have no shortcomings. Even in a magic band domain, they won't be helpless and reduced to trash. "Go to hell." Yang Feng's eyes flickered fiercely, and he sent a fist containing primal chaos and destructive power slamming into the green giant tree projection. The fist shattered the green giant tree projection, and then slammed into the palm of the Infinity Warlock. A violent force erupted, and the Infinity Warlock's palm distorted. At the same time, the tremendous backlash force forced him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. His internal organs ruptured, and he was seriously injured. The face of the Infinity Warlock distorted, and he exclaimed, "How is this possible? How can you have such a powerful fleshly body?" Killing intent flashed in his eyes, and Yang Feng took a step forward, appeared in front of the Infinity Warlock, and slammed a fist into the other party's head and blasted it apart. Then he extended his hand, and black threads coiled around the Infinity Warlock's Infinity Core, and swept it into his hand. A blurry, distorted soul projection emerged from the Infinity Core and tried to escape into the distance. Bolts of lightning flashed and instantly blasted the distorted and blurry soul shadow, causing the distorted soul shadow to tremble and distort. Then it turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. Yang Feng looked at the distorted soul projection, and his eyes flashed with regret. It's a pity that he escaped with his life. Every Infinity Warlock has mastered many life-saving secret methods. As such, it is not a simple matter to get rid of them. Waves of terrifying aura rose from the side and flew towards them. "Stop them!" Following Yang Feng's order, a swarm of battle robots rushed towards the Infinity Warlocks like a tide and engaged them in a frenzy. All of a sudden, Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he turned and looked in the direction of the Navagraha life-death fruit tree. A completely transparent figure, as if it doesn't exist, is entangled above the gold coffin like an insect stuck in a spider's web. Drops of Styx water dripped down from the sky and fell on the Infinity Warlock. When the Infinity Warlock was hit by the Styx water, he issued miserable screams. After just a dozen plus breaths of time, the Infinity Warlock's eyes became lifeless, and like a walking corpse, he jumped into Styx, was washed away by Styx, and disappeared. Seeing this scene, the surrounding Infinity Warlocks looked at the Styx with apprehension. The endless abyss is a place where the negative energy of the universe converges, and Styx is the destination of all the dead in the universe. Even after a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse dies, their soul fragments will basically return to Styx and become part of the universe's cycle of life and death. If a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse enters Styx with their fleshly body without using secret methods, their soul will be eroded by Styx, their memories will be washed away, and they will eventually return to Styx. In this magic ban world, all Infinity Warlocks have lost their protective spells and secret treasures. If they are splashed by the water of Styx, their soul will be washed into white paper, and they will fall into Styx and become a part of it. So there are defenses. Yang Feng glanced at the area and his heart stirred. He looked towards the Infinity Warlocks and saw Poidal surrounded by countless fallen angels. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he suddenly shot towards Poidal like an artillery shell. "Stupid guy, this is my domain." Poidal's eyes shimmered fiercely, and his body suddenly swelled. Countless muscles bulged and blue tendons extended from his body. His hands ejected 30-centimeter-long scimitar-like claws, and his face malevolent, exuding a fierce and ferocious aura. More than 100,000 years ago, Poidal was already a top abyssal Grand Duke. He has used countless treasures of heaven and earth and experienced countless fierce battles. In this magic ban world, his fighting strength is even higher than Agnipe's. The swarm of fallen angels suddenly flew up and loyally blocked in front of Poidal, forming a barrier. The engines of the countless Undyings roared, and like countless steel behemoths, they stabbed into the swarm of fallen angels like sharp knives. Chapter 801. When the swarm of fallen angels flew over, they were blocked by the Undead Legion. Blade rays flashed, and various long-range beam weapons exploded in the midst of the fallen angels. "Give me back my heart. Give me back my heart." However, under the frenzied attacks of the three beautiful and sexy fallen angel marshals, a path to Yang Feng was forcibly cut open with their swords. Ding! Ding! The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose, and he took out 3 crystal coffins, grabbed Agnipe sealed by sealing light, threw her into the crystal coffin and sealed her. When he was 100 meters away from Yang Feng, Poidal's eyes flashed coldly, and he cast a strange secret method. His speed suddenly doubled. With a terrifying Mach 30 speed, his right hand left afterimages in the air as he stabbed at Yang Feng's heart. The earth shook. Following 2 earth-shattering tremors, Nerissa and Beskia spewed out 2 mouthfuls of blood, seriously injured. Yang Feng stomped on Agnipe's abdomen and pressed down on her like a mountain, causing her to spit out a large mouthful of blood. She struggled frantically but couldn't move her body. Most of the abyssal demons' power was in their hearts. Once their hearts were dug out, they would be destroyed. Once the heart is dug out, even if the abyssal fiend is an abyssal Grand Duke, their strength will weaken rapidly, and they may even die. A powerful energy shield activated from the ruler armor in a flash and blocked in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng operated the primal chaos imperishable body, and light appeared around him. An aura of primal chaos, as if the universe was born at the beginning of time, diffused from him, and a hand tore through the void. The hand stabbed into Poidal's heart and dug it out. "It's a pity. If we were outside, I wouldn't be your opponent. But in this place, your strength is too weak. All of you will become my captives." Without evading, Yang Feng took a step forward and extended his hand. As if a savage beast, he unreasonably grabbed Agnipe's fallen angel sword and crushed it. He grabbed Agnipe and slammed her to the ground. As if a ghost, Nerissa appeared behind Yang Feng and stabbed at him with her sword. Agnipe and the other 2 struggled frantically, but they couldn't break free from Yang Feng's grasp, and were sealed inch by inch by the sealing light. A look of horror on her face, the beautiful warlock raised a shield and let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Lei Ming, I am the daughter of the Red Monarch from the core world Hong Lei. If you dare to touch me, my father will exterminate your clan and everyone around you. Your undying mountain will be destroyed because of you." Idiot! It was unknown what secret treasure the beautiful warlock had used to deceive the scanning of Yang Feng's mechanical legion, which allowed her to take advantage of the opportunity to mount a sneak attack. She could have seriously injured or even killed Yang Feng. Poidal glanced at the fearsome mechanical legion, then stared at Yang Feng, shouted loudly, and suddenly rushed towards Yang Feng. At this time ripples flickered in the place where the red nails were fired, and a beautiful warlock dressed in a red warlock robe, with fair skin, black hair and black eyes, a spoiled and willful temperament, and exquisite facial features, a beautiful woman with a stunning appearance evaded the frenzied attacks of the Undyings. As long as the core chips of the Undyings aren't destroyed, they will quickly and automatically link together, and form Undyings full of dangerous killing intent. Suddenly, a red thread shot towards Yang Feng's heart from the side. Yang Feng is already very satisfied to be able to capture any of the three marshals. After all, he has the fallen angel pool and countless exquisite secret methods. He can turn the three marshals into his subordinates. Lei Ming, go to hell. Damn bastard. With rich combat experience, the three marshals under Poidal's command cooperated seamlessly, completely sealing Yang Feng's space to dodge. However, in this magic ban world, Poidal can't survive without his heart. After all, the heart is the source of his power. When the fallen angels saw this scene, they flew towards Yang Feng frantically. Black sword rays shone, and the Undyings blocking in front of Poidal were chopped into pieces by the three marshals, and then blown aside by the strong wind. The figures of Agnipe, Nerissa, and Beskia of Poidal's three marshals fluttered, and they shot towards Yang Feng lightning fast, leaving afterimages in their wake. Summon my lord's heart. Stop! Hong Lei's hands were twisted by Yang Feng's sword strike, and she spewed out a mouthful of blood, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with despair. At the time in the Zhangji Plain, it was Agnipe who took the lead. Countless fallen angels risked their lives to besiege the Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. Even several Infinity Warlock rank fallen angels died before they managed to slay the Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. The cooperation between Agnipe and the other two great marshals was also flawless and extremely powerful. Boom! Each of these Karma Law artifacts possessed incredible power, and the best way to resist them was to destroy or resist them with absolute power. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of the beautiful warlock. Carrying boundless killing intent, he slashed at the beautiful warlock with his sword. Yang Feng suddenly extended his hands, grabbed the two supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses Nerissa and Beskia, and pressed them against the ground. As if he didn't hear anything, Yang Feng slashed down with his sword with all his strength and slashed the beautiful Warlock rank powerhouse to the ground. Eyes surging with fury, Yang Feng stuffed Nerissa and Beskia into the two sealed crystal coffins, and then beckoned with his hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. Poidal watched as his elite fallen angel legion was cut apart like weeds, and his eyes shimmered with apprehension. His complexion changed dramatically, and he roared, Adu Benega Haro Galama, come and help me. Let's kill this young master Lei Ming together. Otherwise we'll all die at his hands. Countless Undyings brandished their blades and divided, surrounded, and cut the fallen angels into pieces. Yang Feng carved out a path of blood for himself. Yang Feng glanced at the red nail, and his eyes shimmered with killing intent, and he looked in the direction from which the red nail came. Beskia bent her body to the lowest point like a cat and slashed at Yang Feng's feet with her sword. A swarm of fallen angels fell from the sky like raindrops and fell to the ground, struggling in pain. Agnipe spewed out a mouthful of blood. Her internal organs ruptured, and she was seriously injured. If it was in the outside world, Poidal could use abyssal fiend force to form a replacement heart and barely survive. But once he returned to the 666th floor of the abyss, Poidal could use the resources in his treasury to recover quickly. The other four abyssal Grand Dukes just glanced at Poidal, and then no longer paid him any attention. Instead, they fought with Yang Feng's mechanical legion. Yang Feng squeezed the magic cube that suddenly appeared in his hand, and the ruler armor enveloped him in a flash. Agnipe's figure fluttered, and she appeared in front of Yang Feng and slashed at him with a sword as fast as a shooting star. When the red thread stabbed into the energy shield activated by the ruler armor, its speed suddenly dropped sharply, and it stabbed into the energy shield, revealing a red nail that exudes the fluctuations of the power of a karma secret treasure. A bunch of short-sighted guys. Let's go. Yang Feng's fate algorithm trembled wildly, and a strong premonition of death welled up inside him. You bastard! Agnipe, Nerissa, and Beskia are 3 marshals subordinated to Poidal. They once followed Poidal and the huge blazing angel legion to slay a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. Any one of them is stronger than Poidal. They are supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouses that are only a step away from evolving into a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. Dozens of sealers suddenly flew out from the side, and rays of sealing light struck Agnipe and the other 2 powerhouses, sealing their powers in a frenzy. Boom! The swords in Nerissa's and Beskia's hands stabbed into Yangfeng in an instant, producing 2 crisp sounds and leaving 2 small sword marks. In this magic ban world, the dark force of fallen angels is greatly weakened, and their fighting strength is weakened to the extreme. Facing the mechanical legion that hasn't been weakened in the slightest, they are simply unable to withstand a single blow. Countless flowers of blood and fragments suddenly appeared in the area. The fallen angels who have lost most of their dark force are simply unable to withstand a single blow from Yangfeng's Steel Legion. Karma's secret treasure. Boom! Poidal's fist slammed into Yangfeng and sent him flying hundreds of meters away, and he spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Very well, the 3 of you are my spoils of war. Poidal bled from his facial orifices, his face distorted, and he issued heart-wrenching roars. His breath of life weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even though the 3 fallen angel marshals can't use most of their dark force, but their fleshly body alone is far stronger than that of ordinary infinity warlocks. Chapter 802. The Red Monarch? You dare to kill me? Not even the God of Heaven can save you. Killing intent surged in Yangfeng's eyes, and he slashed out with his sword again. As if a peerless beast slashed at Hong Lei, she was instantly cut in 2, and her life force was extinguished. Who? How dare you kill my daughter? I'll exterminate your entire family. A trace of warlock monarch rank breath diffused from Hong Lei's remains, and a red ray flew out in an instant, landed on Yangfeng, and formed a strange brand. Yangfeng scanned the bloodline tracing brand engraved by the Red Monarch brand with a glance and smiled coldly. Tracing brand? Unfortunately, this spell is ineffective against me. The many secret methods Yangfeng has mastered can't crack the tracing brand engraved by a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. However, he has the Devourer, one of the ultimate Shizu weapons that can devour any kind of energy. As such, he can easily crack the bloodline tracing brand. Yangfeng beckoned with his hand, and the various treasures on Hong Lei's body flew into his hand. What a savage fellow! To dare to kill the Red Monarch's daughter, how audacious! A mere bright world warlock dares to kill the Red Monarch's daughter. How reckless! Hidden fluctuations diffused among the Infinity Warlocks. The Infinity Warlocks looked at Yangfeng with apprehension in their eyes. The Red Monarch is a warlock monarch rank powerhouse in the core world, and he is in charge of a huge warlock group, the Red Kingdom. In the Red King Nation, experts were as common as the clouds and the rain. Apprehensive of the Red Monarch's daughter, Hong Lei, the Infinity Warlocks gave way to her, which fostered her arrogant and despotic temperament. In the end, she was slain by Yangfeng. With a flash of distorted light, an Infinity Warlock broke through the obstruction of Yangfeng's battle robots and flew towards the Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Tree. In an instant, the Infinity Warlock slammed into an invisible barrier. As if an insect stuck to a spider web, he was unable to move. Styx water poured over him. At the same time, his soul was washed clean. His body swayed, and he sank into the Netherworld River, becoming a part of it. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the restless Infinity Warlocks turned cold, and they looked at the Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Tree with greed and fear in their eyes. An Infinity Warlock raised his voice. Lei Ming, stop. Let's break through that barrier first, and then fight for the Navagraha Life and Death Fruit Tree with our own abilities. Alright. Once I destroy these guys from the Endless Abyss Plane, I'll break that barrier with you guys. Yangfeng responded decisively, and the 4th-generation battle robots besieging the Infinity Warlocks flew away and attacked the 4 Abyssal Grand Dukes. All kinds of light beams bombarded the 3 Abyssal Fiend Legions, causing them to suffer heavy casualties. The fleshly body of the Abyssal Fiends was far stronger than that of human warlocks. But after losing Abyssal Force and Dark Force, they were harvested like wheat under the siege of Yangfeng's Mechanical Legion. They suffered heavy casualties, unable to withstand a single blow. Yang Feng has never heard of the Warlock Emperor rank existence behind the endless abyss plane, which gave him an indistinct premonition. He doesn't want to let the scheme of that terrifying existence succeed. With countless abyssal fiends dying, the 4 abyssal Grand Dukes can only show their strongest form and plunge into battle with Yang Feng's battle robots. If they don't take action, only death will await the abyssal fiends. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of the gold-horned Grand Duke like a ghost and sent a claw carrying primal chaos and suppressive aura barreling towards the gold-horned Grand Duke. Lei Ming, there is no enmity between us, so why are you attacking me? The complexion of the gold-horned Grand Duke changed dramatically. Numerous gold veins bulged on his body, and he bellowed and sent a fist barreling towards Yang Feng. Your heart is of great use to me. Yang Feng smiled coldly and uttered in his heart. His speed suddenly erupted, and he stabbed the gold-horned Grand Duke in the chest with his claw and dug out his heart. When the gold-horned Grand Duke's fist slammed into Yang Feng, it only caused him to tremble slightly. With a wave of his hand, Yang Feng sealed the gold-horned Grand Duke's corpse and heart, and then his gaze fell on the backed abyssal Grand Duke. The eyes of the backed abyssal Grand Duke shimmered coldly, and he suddenly retreated briskly and fled in the direction he came from. He knows that Yang Feng won't give up the Navagraha life-death fruit tree for him alone. A bunch of useless good-for-nothings. Suddenly, an ordinary-looking glorious sun warlock rank backed abyssal fiend among the countless abyssal fiends uttered coldly and flicked the fingers of a hand, and a black rhombus crystal appeared in his hand. As soon as the black rhombus crystal appeared, Yang Feng's fate algorithm trembled wildly, and alarms went off. His face fell in an instant, and he abruptly retreated to the side, making way for the passage to the gold coffin. A dense swarm of shield troops flew out in an instant and activated magic shields to block in front of Yang Feng. In addition, countless battle robots flew over from all directions, activated their energy shields, and firmly guarded in front of Yang Feng. The glorious Sun Warlock rank-backed abyssal fiend took a deep look at Yang Feng, and uttered a series of strange tones that Yang Feng has never heard before. The bodies of all the backed abyssal fiends instantly exploded, turning into rays of pure black light that entered the rhombus-shaped crystal. A vast and terrifying Emperor's aura emanated from the black rhombus-shaped crystal. The black rhombus crystal suddenly shone brightly, and countless runes that Yang Feng has never seen before flickered, and a fearsome Empyrean might that seems capable of tearing the sky and shattering countless worlds suddenly spread from the rhombus crystal. When the Infinity Warlocks sensed the fearsome Empyrean might, they trembled with fear, and their eyes shimmered with despair. Although Infinity Warlocks were the strongest human warlocks in the Zhangji plane on the surface, and even in the 8 Warlock dynasties eras, they were experts who dominated a region. But in front of a Warlock Emperor, they are still ant-like existences. The black rhombus-shaped crystal shattered and turned into a 10-meter-long pitch-black claw that was engraved with strange runes that had never been recorded before. As soon as the huge black claw appeared, fearsome Empyrean might spread, and wisps of black gas, as if heavier than Mount Tai, cracked the earth and distorted the space. Within a radius of 1,000 meters from the huge black claw, the energy shields of the 4th-generation battle robots collapsed one by one, and they fell to the ground. The might of a Warlock Emperor rank existence has already materialized, and it possesses substantial power. It's terrifying to the extreme. Originally, in this magic ban world, the power of most warlocks is sealed. But as soon as the huge black claw appeared, it distorted the rules and extracted the power of the entire underworld. My lord is eternal and immortal. The glorious Dawn Warlock rank-backed abyssal roared with a fanatical expression on his face, and then his body exploded in an instant, and everything entered the black claw. Carrying fluctuations of power capable of destroying everything, the huge black claw descended from the sky and slammed towards the gold coffin. The gold coffin that doesn't seem to have any sense of existence suddenly radiated light, and the magic ban world seems to have come to life. The lid of the gold coffin slowly opened, and a wisp of Empyrean might containing the essence of death at the flawless grade diffused from the lid. When the wisp of Empyrean might diffused, a projection of the underworld, which spanned countless sticks and was filled with countless dead, including even dead Warlock Emperor rank existences, suddenly appeared. From the gold coffin, it seems that a peerless existence is slowly awakening. The huge black claw stabbed into the underworld, pierced through the underworld in an instant, and slammed into the gold coffin. Versus. An angry voice came from the gold coffin. As if a demonic voice, it exploded in the ears of the warlocks, deafened the warlocks present, and made them bleed. An ordinary-looking hand, but containing countless mysteries, extended from the gold coffin and slammed into the huge black claw. Boom! The magic band world collapsed and split apart. The sticks collapsed, and the water splashed about. Waves of terrifying and peerless power surged within the forbidden magic world. Eroded by the fearsome power, 6 infinity warlocks close to the gold coffin turned into ashes. Countless battle robots close to the gold coffin disintegrated and turned into nothingness. The battle robots blocking in front of Yang Feng were also shattered by the fearsome shock wave. At the moment when the magic band world collapsed, Yang Feng sensed that the seal binding him had collapsed. With a flick of his wrist, the mountain shield appeared in front of him and turned into a huge mountain that protected him, Alexia, and the other 2 powerhouses. Chapter 803. When the fearsome shock wave slammed into the huge mountain range transformed from Yang Feng's mountain shield, the huge mountain range shattered one by one, and then slammed into the mountain shield itself and sent it flying a dozen-plus kilometers away together with Yang Feng. The Infinity Warlocks cast secret methods in an instant, and powerful defensive secret treasures suddenly appeared and guarded them. After losing the Magic Band world's Magic Band force, the Infinity Warlocks once again displayed their terrifying strength and resisted the aftermath of the fight between the 2 Warlock Emperor rank existences. Warlock Emperor rank existences are really terrifying. In front of Warlock Emperors, Infinity Warlocks are like ants. They can be easily obliterated. Sensing the fearsome fluctuations of power, Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with excitement and expectation, and he longed to be able to promote to a Warlock Emperor rank existence one day. After the fearsome aftermath of the explosion disappeared, the black claw released by the abyssal fiend disappeared. The netherworld has collapsed, and the sticks intercepted by the Death Lord has also collapsed and disappeared. Yang Feng and the other Infinity Warlocks are in a shattered space. In the shattered space there are distorted spatial cracks everywhere. If a glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouse is touched by the distorted spatial cracks, they will have a part of their body cut into pieces. Ignoring the distorted and shattered space, the Infinity Warlocks stared at the center of the space. In the center of the space there is a gold coffin. The gold coffin is half collapsed and drops of red blood, which look like the most precious elixirs, are dripping out of the gold coffin. Wisps of Empyrean might diffused from the gold coffin. Yang Feng looked at the Empyrean grade blood flowing out of the gold coffin, and his eyes lit up and his heart thumped wildly. The person inside the coffin is seriously injured. He can't even control his blood. Warlock Emperor rank existences have formidable resilience. Even if they are pierced by a sharp blade, it will be difficult for precious blood to flow out. The precious Empyrean grade blood is flowing out of the coffin. Clearly, the terrifying existence inside the gold coffin is so seriously injured that he can no longer control the flow of his blood. The eyes of the Infinity Warlocks present shone strangely, their hearts pounded wildly, and they stared at the gold coffin with peculiar thoughts in their minds. A living Warlock Emperor is a huge treasure trove. Every drop of his blood is extremely precious. If the blood of a living Warlock Emperor can be sucked dry and refined, then an ordinary Infinity Warlock will have the power to attack the Warlock Monarch realm. In addition, the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse contains flawless grade essence power, which is a material for refining top Empyrean grade secret treasures. In the long history of human warlocks, some Empyrean grade secret treasures that weren't refined by Warlock Emperors themselves were refined by Holy Spirit Warlock rank Holy Alchemists using the bodies of ancient Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses that were excavated. With a flash of golden light, the golden coffin seemed to have triggered some kind of law power. It twisted and disappeared in an instant. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of regret. He had no intention of chasing after them. What a pity! Each Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse is a heaven-defying, terrifying existence. The Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse inside the gold coffin was schemed against by a powerhouse of the same rank, which is why he was seriously injured. If the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse behind the Abyssal Fiend took action, Then Yang Feng and the others might not be able to break the barrier between the gold coffin and the sticks. All of a sudden, the three Infinity Warlocks cast powerful spells barreling towards the void. In the void, a huge hole was opened, and dark chains pierced into the void and locked the gold coffin. At this moment, the gold coffin twisted slightly, and a weird eye with 9 pupils grew on it and looked at the three Infinity Warlocks. All of a sudden, the faces of the three Infinity Warlocks twisted, and they issued miserable screams. Pustules appeared on their bodies, as if there is something terrifying growing inside them. In the next moment, the three Infinity Warlocks exploded and turned into countless mucus fragments that scattered about. Almost at the same time, the bloodline relatives of the three Infinity Warlocks exploded in an instant. Hundreds of thousands of people died in an instant. Only those powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank barely survived. But they were all seriously injured, and their bloodline force was severely damaged. All the warlocks present can vaguely feel that the bloodline of the three Infinity Warlocks has been almost completely wiped out. Yang Feng felt a chill in his heart. What a terrifying method! As expected of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. Only Moonlight Warlock rank Transcendent rank powerhouses can barely resist such a bloodline curse. The rest were killed directly. When the Warlocks saw the fate of the three Infinity Warlocks, they felt a chill in their hearts, and no one tried to stop the gold coffin anymore. All the Infinity Warlocks have guessed that the Warlock Emperor rank existence inside the gold coffin has been seriously injured, and his origin has been damaged. However, no one dared to have any ideas about the gold coffin again. After all, the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse is a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. Even though his origin has been damaged and he is on the verge of death, but he can still slay Infinity Warlocks and wipe out entire families with a flip of his hand. None of the 8 Warlock Emperors were soft-hearted. However, the existence in the gold coffin casually used the bloodline curse that could exterminate a person's race. Clearly, it was one of the most ferocious existences among the 8. When the gold coffin disappeared, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into a ray of light shooting towards the Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Tree. In addition to Yang Feng, a dozen plus Infinity Warlocks also shot towards the Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Tree lightning fast. The countless battle robots surrounding Yang Feng attacked the Infinity Warlocks like a tide. Damn it! Kill him! Everyone, join hands and kill him! The eyes of the Infinity Warlocks flashed with madness, and they cast spells barreling towards the Infinity Warlocks at the forefront. Even Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses don't dare to underestimate the spells released by dozens of Infinity Warlocks. When the fastest Infinity Warlock was hit by various powerful spells, he was blasted into pieces, and even the soul attached to his Infinity Core was blasted into dregs. Chapter 804. Retreat. As soon as the 9 Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Tree fruits entered his hand, Yang Feng ordered decisively. While the countless 4th-generation battle robots are still fighting the Infinity Warlocks, Alexia and the other 2 experts flew to Yang Feng's side and escorted him into the distance. The Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Tree fruits were taken by Lei Ming. Among the Infinity Warlocks, there are many powerhouses. The eyes of an Infinity Warlock flickered with countless runes, gleamed with dim light, and pierced through the fog formed by the Mistwalkers, locked his eyes on Yang Feng and barked. The Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Tree fruits were taken by Old Monster Cloud Sea. The Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Tree fruits were taken by 9 Destruction Towers Tower Master. Almost at the same time, voices sounded from all directions. A gale blew past, and the fog formed by the Mistwalkers twisted and revealed a passage, exposing the Infinity Warlock with a mystical eye technique to the other Infinity Warlocks. 9 lifelike Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Tree fruits flew towards the Infinity Warlock one after another. Die! Go to hell! Without hesitation, the dozens of Infinity Warlocks cast various powerful spells barreling towards the Infinity Warlock. The Infinity Warlocks have already gone crazy. As long as they sense something amiss, they will cast spells and kill the enemy. In any case, the Infinity Warlocks here are all enemies, so killing them won't be a big deal. No, it's not me. The countenance of the Infinity Warlock changed dramatically, and magic shields appeared around him one after another, and a giant black shield suddenly appeared and blocked in front of him. Boom! Boom! The spells of the dozens of Infinity Warlocks slammed into the giant black shield from all directions and produced earth-shaking blasts. After withstanding a dozen-plus spells from the Infinity Warlock, the giant black shield shattered, and the remaining powerful spells swallowed the Infinity Warlock in an instant. An Infinity Core flew out of the fearsome magic explosion and disappeared like a meteor. Under the terrifying shockwaves of the spell, the 9 holographic projections of the Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Tree crumbled and completely shattered. Phantom! Thunder! The young master of the Undying Mountain, Lei Ming, stole the Navagraha Life-Death Fruit. Watching the Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Tree projection collapse, the Infinity Warlocks calmed down a little. After thinking for a while, they vaguely deduced the truth from the current situation. Phantoms of true dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, tautais, devils, and all sorts of other terrifying existences suddenly appeared, blasting towards the main battle robots blocking their way. Under the attack of dozens of Infinity Warlocks, the 4th-generation battle robots were blasted apart, clearing a path leading to the outside world. When the dozens of Infinity Warlocks flew out of the tomb of the Death Lord, they were besieged by countless sea hunters. The dozens of Infinity Warlocks cast various powerful offensive spells and opened up a bloody path in the sea hunters' land. When they rushed out of the sea, they only saw the huge interstellar fleet escorting Yang Feng disappear into the distance. I finally got rid of those guys. What a great harvest this time. Yang Feng is covered in devourers, who are working hard to devour the tracing mark branded by the Red Monarch on his body. As long as the tracing mark branded by the Red Monarch is devoured by the devourers, Yang Feng will no longer have any hidden dangers. To be able to break the Red Monarch's tracing mark, what an interesting little fellow. A chuckle suddenly came from afar, and a terrifying expert dressed in a purple warlock robe, with a tall stature and ordinary appearance, but a pair of bright and spirited eyes, as if the world's most precious jewels, trod on air step by step. The powerhouse dressed in a purple warlock robe seems to be very leisurely, but with every step he takes he crosses a distance of several kilometers. His movement speed is simply incredible. When Yang Feng saw the powerhouse dressed in a purple warlock robe, his heart skipped a beat, and he became alarmed. The fate algorithm pulsed, indicating the terror of the powerhouse dressed in a purple warlock robe. Who are you? The powerhouse dressed in a purple warlock robe uttered with a faint smile. I am the master of the core world's Purple Moon Monarch City, the Purple Monarch. Lei Ming, or I should call you Yang Feng. Hand over the Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Tree, and submit to the Purple Moon Monarch City. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. What big talk. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. With a thought from Yang Feng, countless 4th-generation battle robots shot out like a tide and attacked the Purple Monarch. The 32 blazing sun battle stars flashed, and countless secondary artilleries fired a rain of light barreling towards the Purple Monarch. Is this the golem art you used to run amok in the world? Compared to the Golem Lord's mechanical legion, it's really lacking. The Purple Monarch smiled faintly, exuded Warlock Monarch rank might, and pointed with a finger. An endless purple light flew out of his hand and formed a purple torrent that swept towards Yang Feng's mechanical legion. Amidst the terrifying purple torrent, countless 4th-generation battle robots exploded one after another, turning into balls of flame that fell from the sky to the ground. Swept by the purple torrent, 200,000 of the hundreds of thousands of 4th-generation battle robots were destroyed in an instant. With a flash of black light, the fully armed Alexia stimulated her power to the limit. Covered in fallen angel fire, she appeared behind the Purple Monarch, and slashed at him with her sword. Yu Yen, who looks like a black fenghuang burning with flames, stabbed at the Purple Monarch with her spear. Eyes shot with blood, Seabass stimulated his power to the limit and slashed at the Purple Monarch with his sword. Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke Avatar jumped out of the void with the Monarch-grade secret treasure god Bloodsword in his hand. Carrying the Law of Blood, he twisted and spiraled like a viper and slashed at the Purple Monarch from strange angles. To be able to subdue so many experts, Yang Feng, you have some skill. Unfortunately, the strength of a warlock monarch is beyond your imagination. With a mocking smile on his face, the Purple Monarch released endless purple divine light. Looking like an immortal godly monarch, he slapped a palm at Alexia. The palm seems to be extremely slow, but in fact it is astonishingly fast. Although launched later, the palm slammed into Alexia's abdomen. With a flash of purple light, the fallen angel armor covering Alexia's abdomen was torn apart, and the purple beam blasted Alexia into the ground and blasted open a huge hole. Purple light suddenly converged and formed 3 purple stars that, as if containing the might of a world, suddenly slammed into Yu Yen Seabass and Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke avatar. The power of the 3 purple stars erupted in an instant, and endless purple light severely injured Yu Yen Seabass and Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke avatar, and they fell in different directions. Yu Yen Seabass, Alexia, and Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke avatar are all Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Any one of them can easily defeat junior Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, and their battle prowess is comparable to that of advanced Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. However, even with the 4 of them joining forces, they were still unable to withstand a single blow from the Purple King. Yang Feng looked at the Purple Monarch with a dignified look in his eyes. The fate algorithm throbbed, and a premonition of death welled up inside him. So strong. So this is a Warlock Monarch. It was too powerful. If I fight him head-on, I have no chance of winning at all. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He gnashed his teeth and mused, "It seems that I can only use my final trump card and escape. Once I'm strong enough, I'll destroy Purple Moon Kingdom. If Yang Feng escapes, then Alexia, Yu Yen Seabass, and Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke avatar won't be able to escape from the Purple Monarch." But now Yang Feng, who only has advanced Bright World Warlock rank cultivation base, is not the opponent of the Purple Monarch. He can only choose to escape. "Purple Monarch, you dare to touch my big brother? Are you tired of living?" Countless snowflakes drifted in the air and formed flowers of ice and snow in the void. Beautiful ice fairies formed from ice and snow flew in the void and sang hymns. Surrounded by ice and snow, a peerlessly beautiful woman with long black hair, dressed in a snow-white warlock robe, a perfect figure, an extraordinary and refined appearance, and a noble temperament, as if all the beauties in the world were occupied by her, descended from the sky and walked out step by step. Stunned, Yang Feng looked at the peerlessly beautiful woman walking out of the void, each step blossoming with lotuses, and exclaimed, "Shui." The peerless beauty who walked out of the void is the little beauty Shi Shui Yang Feng found in the taboo stone. When the Purple Monarch saw Shi Shui walk over, his thoughts revolved, his eyes flashed with endless shock, and he exclaimed, "Your big brother is Yang Feng. Then you're Shi Shui, a personal disciple of the Battle Demon Sect's great elder Yu Wuxian? How is that possible? Yu Wuxian is just an Infinity Warlock. How could she teach a Warlock Monarch like you?" Each Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse is extremely powerful. In the 8 Warlock Dynasties eras, they would be overlords who dominated more than a dozen planes. After the collapse of the 8th Warlock Dynasty, there was practically no information about the birth of a Warlock Monarch among human warlocks in the surface world. For Shi Shui to advance to a Warlock Monarch is simply heaven-defying. Chapter 805. There was a flash of envy in Yang Feng's eyes, and he curbed the pride in his heart. "I thought that by plundering the resources of countless forces, practicing countless secret methods, breaking through the God-man boundary, and promoting to inferior level 9 soul aptitude, my cultivation speed is already top-notch in the Zhangji Plain. But it seems that I'm still a long way off from a true peerless genius." Yang Feng manufactured countless battle robots with Shizu technology, destroyed one warlock group after another, and plundered all the cultivation resources of those warlock groups to practice cultivation. This is why his cultivation speed is so astonishing. Although he didn't say it, but he felt a little proud in his heart. Now that he saw that Shi Shui has promoted to a Warlock Monarch, the pride in Yang Feng's heart was completely suppressed. "You trash, you dare to attack my big brother? Kill yourself. If I do it myself, you'll only die a more painful death." Standing loftily in the void, Shi Shui, like a god overlooking the secular world, looked coldly at the Purple Monarch of the Purple Moon Kingdom, and spoke calmly, but there was a trace of anger in her voice. A fierce glint suddenly surged in the Purple Monarch's eyes, and he said with a gloomy smile, "Ever since I promoted to an Infinity Warlock, it has been tens of thousands of years since someone dared to speak to me like this. A trifling new Warlock Monarch dares to be so arrogant and despotic. It just so happens that the Purple Moon Monarch City lacks a beautiful dog. Once I capture you alive, I'll make you my beautiful dog. That will be very interesting. Impudent. Shui frowned slightly, an endless ice force spread from her delicate body. As if she has become the incarnation of an invincible goddess of ice and snow, she pointed with a finger, and a world formed from the essence of ice and snow suddenly appeared. Within the world, ice and snow fluttered and everything froze, and the world crushed towards the Purple Monarch. As soon as the strange world of ice and snow appeared, the temperature within an area of 200,000 kilometers in radius suddenly dropped, and heavy snow covered the land. The area within an area of 200,000 kilometers seems to have turned into a divine country of ice and snow. If a celestial body like Earth was hit by this spell, it would be completely frozen in an instant, and the people of the world would become ice cubes. Purple Moon World. The Purple Monarch's eyes flashed with a dignified glint. World force erupted from his body, and a purple moon world with billions of inhabitants suddenly appeared. In the small world, which is who knows how many times stronger than the 9 small worlds inside Yangfeng, there are hundreds of millions of life forms chanting prayers. Purple moonlight lingers, exudes the aura of an immortal world, and shrouds the essence of the purple moon that can erode and purify everything. The purple moon profound meaning was the profound meaning that the Amethyst King had comprehended. It had the terrifying power of corrosion and purification. The purification power of the purple moon profound meaning was only slightly inferior to the glimmer of dawn profound meaning. It was also a top-notch and terrifying profound meaning without any shortcomings. The two profound mysteries, propelled by the power of the world, collided with each other. The profound of ice and snow froze everything. As the snowy wind blew, hundreds of millions of lives within the purple moon world were frozen. The terrifying icy wind blew directly towards the Purple King. The Purple King's expression changed drastically as he cried out involuntarily, "How is this possible? Shui, how can you be so strong?" The Purple Monarch is a peerless powerhouse who formed a small world inside him. Even among warlock monarchs, he is a first-rate powerhouse with few opponents. In the core world, there are less than 20 human warlock monarchs who are stronger than the Purple Monarch. For Shui to be able to break the Purple Monarch's essence of the purple moon with absolute power, this is simply heaven-defying. At the moment when the Purple Monarch was stunned, the endless snowy wind blew, and biting cold swallowed the Purple Monarch in an instant and condensed him into a block of ice. The block of ice has just formed, when the Purple Monarch opened his mouth, and the monarch-grade secret treasure purple moon bead suddenly appeared, turned into a purple moon wheel, and crushed the block of ice. After being strengthened by the purple moon pearl, the profound meaning of the purple moon was extremely ferocious. Wherever it passed, all the profound meanings of ice and snow were crushed. When the Purple Monarch's purple moon bead broke out of the ice, the purple moon bead radiated endless light that enveloped the earth. Within an area of 200,000 kilometers in radius, ice and snow force and purple moon force intertwined and entangled with each other. Within the area of 200,000 kilometers, ice and snow fluttered from time to time and purple light streaked across the sky from time to time. It seems that I underestimated you. In terms of strength alone, you are stronger than me. However, this purple moon bead is a monarch-grade secret treasure that I asked a monarch-grade alchemist to refine and spent 50,000 years and countless resources to refine into a monarch-grade secret treasure. With this king-grade secret treasure in hand, you are definitely not a match for me. Only death awaits you. The Purple King operated a secret technique, an endless world power diffused from his body, entering the purple moon pearl. The purple moon pearl shone brilliantly, as if it contained the mysteries of the world. Rays of purple moonlight diffused from it, purifying the power of ice and snow around it. If I say that you're trash, then you're trash. The essence of this secret treasure is this. Its only advantage is that it matches with the secret method you practice. Unfortunately, you're not an alchemist, so this secret treasure can't be perfectly compatible with you. To dare show off in front of me at this level, you're really reckless. Shui shone brightly, countless ice and snow runes revolved around her, and her beautiful eyes filled with pride and majesty. She looked at the Purple Monarch as if he was an ant. When the Purple Monarch was swept by Shui's indifferent gaze, his heart trembled slightly, as if he has encountered a fierce beast that he can't resist. You trash. I'll let you experience the true power of a warlock monarch. Shui smiled indifferently, then restrained all the anomalies around her, and as if she has become an ordinary person, she took a step forward, appeared above the purple monarch, and grabbed the purple moon bead, which the purple monarch regards as his ultimate trump card. With a flash of white light, the purple moon bead was completely covered in ice and snow, cutting off its connection with the purple monarch. The purple monarch's face fell. As if he saw a ghost, he spewed out purple moonlight, and then his body exploded in an instant, and thousands upon thousands of purple moonlight escaped in different directions. Ice wind. Shui's lily-white hand burst out with brilliant light, and a boundless ice wind enveloped the land and sealed the world in ice. In an instant, the countless purple moonlights of the purple monarch's avatar were frozen by the ice wind, and then condensed back into the purple monarch's true body and froze in an ice cube. A look of horror on his face, the purple monarch screamed, "Don't kill me! The Great Tribulation is coming, and every warlock monarch is a precious fighting force. Spare my life. I will fight with all my might in the Great Tribulation." Die! Shui touched the purple monarch's forehead with a finger, and a warlock monarch core frozen in ice flew out and fell into her hand. The previously insufferably arrogant purple monarch died at Shui's hands just like that. Watching Shui easily suppress the purple monarch, Yang Feng's heart filled with shock. So strong, really too strong. As a warlock monarch of the Purple Moon Monarch City, the purple monarch's battle prowess is astonishing. When facing the siege of Alexia, Seabass, Yu Yan, and Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke avatar, he easily defeated them without even using 1/10 of his true strength. But when faced with Shui, he couldn't withstand a single blow. Shui's battle prowess is simply outrageous. Yu Yan coughed up blood as she flew over and looked at Shui with shock and jealousy in her beautiful eyes. So strong. Is this Yang Feng's adopted sister Shui? It's true that her soul aptitude is superior level 8, but how could she become so strong in such a short period of time? Since Yu Yan submitted to Yang Feng and became one of his subordinates, she has been paying attention to Yang Feng's intelligence. Naturally, she knows that Yang Feng has an adopted sister called Shui with superior level 8 soul aptitude. As soon as she entered the Battle Demon sect, she was accepted as a personal disciple by Wuxia. Her cultivation speed is also extraordinary. However, when the Battle Demon sect withdrew from the Cangji Plain, Shui, who went out to experience the world, unexpectedly became a warlock monarch rank existence and reappeared in front of Yang Feng and company. This left Yu Yan dumbfounded. In Yu Yan's opinion, Yang Feng's cultivation speed is already very heaven-defying. But compared to Shui, it's nothing. With a flash of white light, Shui flew into the flagship where Yang Feng's true body is located, threw herself into Yang Feng's arms, and uttered sweetly, "Big brother, I missed you so much." "I missed you very much too." Yang Feng embraced Shui in his arms and looked at her carefully. Smelling the fragrance coming from her, his eyes revealed an indescribable joy. Even the insufferably powerful purple monarch was slain by Shui. The fairy-like Shui curled up in Yang Feng's arms like a kitten, which naturally aroused his vanity and gave him an indescribable sense of joy. Yang Feng flicked his wrist, and 4 of the 9 Navagraha life-death fruit tree fruits he obtained with great difficulty appeared in his hand. "Swear, these are the Navagraha life-death fruit tree fruits I obtained. I obtained a total of 9. You can take advantage of the Navagraha life-death fruit tree fruits to break through the Godman boundary and advance your cultivation base to the next level." Shui glanced at the 4 Navagraha life-death fruit tree fruits with an enigmatic gleam in her beautiful eyes, and she smiled, looking as bright and beautiful as 100 flowers blooming. "Big brother, when I was traveling the world, I had a great fortuitous encounter, and my soul aptitude has reached the superior level 9 Great Circle, which is why I was able to practice cultivation until the Warlock Monarch realm. I don't need the Navagraha life-death fruit tree fruits anymore. But big brother, your soul aptitude isn't perfect. You must take all 9 Navagraha life-death fruit tree fruits together to promote your soul aptitude to intermediate level 9. You can keep the Navagraha life-death fruit tree fruits for yourself. But once the universe we belong to can devour another universe, then the energy level of our universe will rise, and we, the life forms born in this universe, will naturally get great benefits. After the end of the eternal era, the energy level of our universe has dropped by a level, to the point where only warlock emperors can be born. No matter how talented a powerhouse is, the warlock emperor realm is already the limit. This is the limit of the universe's energy level. Yang Feng clenched his fists, put them down, and hugged Shui in silence. Yang Feng frowned slightly and sighed slowly. A complicated shade flashed in his eyes, and he tightened his grip on Shui. If I'm not mistaken, Shui, you should be the avatar of a bigwig, or a trump card of that bigwig's resurrection. Shui, who emerged from a taboo stone, has a mysterious origin. For her to be able to promote to a warlock monarch in such a short period of time, there is only one possibility, that is, she must be related to a bigwig. The so-called Great Tribulation of Heaven and Earth is, in fact, a process in which another universe, which is half a level higher than ours, superimposes and fuses with our universe through an unimaginable method. The Great Tribulation of Heaven and Earth is a process in which two universes devour each other, fuse, and evolve. During this process, the more powerhouses of the other universe we kill, the more corpses we bring back to our universe will become resources for our universe. The reverse is also true. Therefore, the powerhouses of our universe and the other universe are in an irreconcilable relationship. Towards the end, the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses will take action. Shui's big eyes, which seemed to be able to speak, turned slightly, brimmed with cunning, and she uttered with a smile, "Big brother, are you curious as to why I can practice cultivation faster than you? Each Holy Spirit Warlock rank existence is the guardian of a race, and their fleshly body and soul are extraordinary. If Shui is the trump card of a resurrected Holy Spirit Warlock, then when the Holy Spirit Warlock is completely resurrected, it will be the time when Shui's personality is digested, devoured, or directly extinguished. In ancient times there were Eternals in our universe. The fleshly body and soul of Eternals have immortal characteristics. Even if the universe is destroyed, they will be immortal, unaffected, and have an endless lifespan." Shui took a deep look at Yang Feng. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with worry, and she sighed slowly. In the world of warlocks, Yang Feng had already seen a lot of bizarre things. Many of the laws here are completely different from those on Earth. In this strange world, cold air can freeze flames, stones can give birth to life, the dead can be resurrected, and so on. He has seen all kinds of unimaginable phenomena on Earth. However, this is the first time he has heard of superimposing universes and mutually devouring each other. Each of the Zhangji Plains 8 Warlock Emperors is a world-shaking existence. They are far stronger than the brilliant Great Holy and many other race Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. They can pinch a strong divine force rank god to death with a finger. Superior level 9 soul aptitude. Shui asked, "Big brother, do you know the legend of the Eternal?" Surprise flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. Superimposing and devouring of another universe. This is really unheard of. Shui is already a warlock monarch rank existence. For her, the various cultivation resources in Yang Feng's possession are too barren. Only the resources on the floating continent of the Heaven and Earth Spirit Roots branch may be useful to her. If our universe can annex the power of another universe, it will promote and become a powerful universe that can give birth to eternal sovereigns. Curiosity flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. He vaguely knows that Shui is about to reveal a big secret. "I don't know." Yang Feng suddenly asked, "Will its resurrection affect you?" Human warlocks of the Moonlight Warlock rank can absorb all kinds of extraordinary forces and evolve. The consumption of the soul is naturally absorbed from the universe, so the consumption isn't great. However, the soul of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse is too powerful. Just their existence consumes an astonishing amount of soul force. The soul force in this universe cannot bear the existence of Warlock Emperors, which is why their lifespan is so short, and they die much earlier than some Infinity Warlock rank long-lived species. A treasure of heaven and earth like the Navagraha life-death fruit tree can extend the lifespan of an ordinary Warlock monarch by 100,000 years. But for a Warlock Emperor, it can only extend their lifespan by about 100 years at most. Shui said, "Yang Feng is currently just an advanced Bright World Warlock. Even though he can suppress ordinary infinity warlocks, but in the eyes of real bigwigs, he is still too weak to withstand a single blow. Yang Feng replied, I know. Just like the brilliant Great Holy, an antique from the first warlock dynasty who has been dead for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, once he is resurrected, he will be another world-shaking existence. Shui closed her eyes as if to engrave everything about Yang Feng in her mind, and said faintly, I have to leave in a while. The Great Tribulation is coming. Before the Great Tribulation arrives, I must try my best to improve my cultivation base. It would be best if I can promote to a Holy Spirit warlock. Only then will I have the power to protect myself. If you want to protect me, big brother, you have to at least have a Holy Spirit warlock rank cultivation base, or at least possess Holy Spirit warlock rank battle prowess. Along the way, Yang Feng plundered countless resources and obtained numerous fortuitous encounters to cultivate to the advanced Bright World warlock realm. He is well aware of the difficulty of warlock cultivation. Only by taking 9 Navagraha life-death fruit trees at the same time can Yang Feng promote to intermediate level, 9 soul aptitude. If Yang Feng wants to promote his soul aptitude to superior level 9, he will need to obtain 3 different eternal god fruits formed from eternal god trees, or a mysterious treasure of the same grade. During that process, a powerhouse from a universe half an energy level higher than ours will descend to our universe, kill us all, and turn us into resources for their universe's advancement. The human 8 warlock dynasties have accumulated who knows how many experts. When the universes merge, they will appear. Big brother, we don't have much time left. Shui sighed faintly. Chapter 807. So that's how it is. None of the human Holy Spirit warlocks walk the world. It turns out that they sealed themselves to accumulate strength. They intend to appear at the most critical time with their peak strength. In that case, the Lord of Death in the golden coffin had originally planned to seal himself in the coffin. If it weren't for other warlock emperor rank existences, then we wouldn't be able to break his defensive barrier. There's even a great possibility that we will become his nourishment when he hibernates. Yang Feng's heart stirred slightly, and he recalled the Styx that is almost everywhere in the netherworld. When infinity warlocks fought each other for the Navagraha life-death fruit tree, most of the souls of those who died were sucked into the Styx and became its nourishment. The gold coffin is also under the Styx, forming a strange symbiotic relationship with the Styx. Now that Yang Feng thinks about it, if it wasn't for the warlock emperor of unknown origin from the abyss, it would be extremely difficult. If Yang Feng and them alone wanted to break the barrier formed by the Death Lord's coffin, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Shui spread her lily-white hand, and a bright astral coordinate symbol appeared in her hand. Big brother, what you lack the most now is time. This is a plane located in the crack of the universe. The flow of time on this plane is 1,000. 1 compared to the flow of time on the Zhangji plane. 1,000 years on that plane is equivalent to 1 year on the Zhangji plane. These are the coordinates of that plane. Yang Feng pointed at the symbol, and the astral coordinates appeared in his sea of knowledge, a time-flow ratio of 1,000. There's actually such a plane. The universe is so big that nothing is too strange. I discovered that plane a long time ago. That plane was of no value to me at the time. It was just one of my backup plans. Now it's yours. I have to go now. Big brother, you have to work hard on your cultivation, don't die. Shui kissed Yang Feng on the face, then her figure fluttered, and she flew out of his embrace. She took a deep look at Yang Feng and revealed a beautiful smile, and then her body suddenly disintegrated into countless snowflakes and disappeared. Yang Feng looked at the beautiful snowflakes with enigmatic light in his eyes, and he enunciated each syllable. I will definitely become a Holy Spirit warlock and a warlock emperor in the future, capture you, protect you, and make it so that you can never escape from me. A voice came from the beautiful snowflakes. I look forward to the arrival of that day. The purple monarch storage ring and the purple monarch's corpse flew out of the snowflakes and landed in front of Yang Feng. Clearly, these are the final gifts Shui left for Yang Feng. As soon as Shui left, Yang Feng had the huge fleet pass through the warp gate and returned to the branch floating continent without hesitation. A dozen or so days later, a terrifying aura suddenly soared into the sky from a secret chamber within the Bright Moon province. However, it was stopped by the formation within the chamber. In the secret room, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, and Junior Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power diffused from him. With the help of the Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Tree, I finally promoted to an Infinity Warlock. I've truly become one of the top experts of the Zhangji Plane. Yang Feng sensed the terrifying power flowing inside him, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. With the help of the Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Tree, Yang Feng's soul aptitude not only advanced to intermediate level 9, but also broke through and advanced to an Infinity Warlock in one fell swoop. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he disappeared from the secret room. Below the branch floating continent, the leaf floating continent has been completely covered by countless Shizu buildings. There was a flash of emotion in Agnipe's beautiful eyes. Junior Infinity Warlock, you actually became an Infinity Warlock. At the time, it took Agnipe 60,000 years to evolve from an ordinary fallen angel to an Infinity Warlock rank blazing angel. Yang Feng, on the other hand, has promoted to an Infinity Warlock in less than 300 years of cultivation time. This cultivation speed is simply heaven-defying. Agnipe responded coldly, that's right. However, if you want me to be your subordinate, you have to defeat me with your own strength. Only then will I be willing to be your subordinate. Otherwise, you can just kill me now and dig out my fallen angel heart. With that, you should be able to cultivate an Infinity Warlock rank blazing angel. Yang Feng frowned slightly when he heard that. Digging out Agnipe's fallen angel heart, on the other hand, can cultivate an Infinity Warlock rank fallen angel. However, compared to a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank fallen angel, who can contend against a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, there is a huge gap in value. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and black magic light flickered and entered Agnipe's body and sealed her again. In that case, I can only trouble you to continue sleeping. Agnipe's crystal coffin sank, and the crystal coffin sealing Nerissa emerged. Runes flickered and touched the seal on Nerissa. Yang Feng repeated what he said to Agnipe to Nerissa. Nerissa uttered coldly, "Kill me. I won't serve you." Yang Feng responded coldly, "I will think about it." The crystal coffin in which Nerissa was sealed sank, and the crystal coffin in which Beskia was sealed emerged. Yang Feng removed part of the seal on Beskia and repeated what he said to Agnipe. Beskia waited over and over again. Finally, her beautiful eyes shone, and she said with a sweet smile, 3,000 years, I can serve you for 3,000 years. However, after 3,000 years you have to return me my freedom and remove the soul brand. At that time let me choose whether to continue to follow you or not. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and he revealed a smile. Okay. I promise you. Beskia is a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, one of the strongest powerhouses among Infinity Warlocks. With Beskia submitting to Yang Feng's power increased greatly, and his rule became more stable. The Endless Abyss. In a secret room where Yang Feng's gold-horned avatar is located, a magic array flashed, and a gold-horned Grand Duke heart appeared on the magic array. Light shone and abyssal fiend hearts appeared on the magic array. In the battle in the tomb of the Death Lord, Yang Feng killed a large number of abyssal fiend lords and harvested a large number of abyssal fiend lords' hearts. Once they are given to Yang Feng's abyssal lord avatar, they will be a top resource for cultivating subordinates. Yang Feng grabbed the gold-horned Grand Duke's heart in his hand, showed a smile, and swallowed it in one gulp. Chapter 808. When he swallowed the gold-horned heart, Yang Feng felt a fearsome power permeate his body. Gold runes suddenly appeared, and a fearsome power was released from his bloodline. His strength rose steadily, and it didn't take long for him to break through and promote to a Grand Duke rank gold-horned. The eyes of Yang Feng's gold-horn flashed fiercely. I finally promoted to a Grand Duke rank powerhouse. In this way I have a bit of a foundation in the Endless Abyss. Now I can challenge the position of the 666th floor's floor lord. The floor lord of the 666th floor is Poidal. With his identity as the floor lord, even a warlock monarch rank existence is not his opponent in the 666th floor of the abyss. Now that Poidal has died, the position of the floor lord of the 666th floor is vacant. This naturally attracted countless powerhouses, including Yang Feng. Yang Feng's abyssal lord avatar said coldly, "Men." A powerful sound wave pervaded the castle. An Earl rank horned walked out of the void, bowed to Yang Feng, and uttered respectfully, "Great Master, what can I do for you?" When Yang Feng's abyssal lord avatar attacked everywhere in the endless abyss, he also captured 2 Earl rank abyssal fiends as his subordinates. The horned Taisho is one of them. Yang Feng's eyes burned with gold flames, and he said flatly, "Pass down my order. Gather all the troops immediately and head to the 666th level of the endless abyss. I want to become the abyss master of the 666th level of the endless abyss." There was a flash of fear in Taifire's eyes, and he gritted his teeth and reminded, "Master, the floor lord of the 666th floor is Sir Lord Poidal. His fallen angel legion has even slain human warlock monarchs. Poidal, the succubus empress, and other floor lords are extremely powerful, and their fame has spread across countless planes. Junior abyssal fiends are not a big deal, but abyssal lords who have lived a little longer have heard of their names." Yang Feng's abyssal lord avatar glanced at Taihua and said coldly, "Poidal has died. The 666th floor of the abyss no longer has a master. Now our goal is the 666th floor." A strange light flashed in Taihua's eyes, and he said respectfully, "Yes, Great Master, I will carry out your orders immediately." The 666th floor of the abyss, the Fallen City, is the royal city where Poidal lives. As soon as Poidal died, the sovereignty of the 666th floor of the abyss entered Depravity City, and became a symbol of authority. Outside the city of depravity, countless abyssal demons were crazily slaughtering each other. Corpses were strewn all over the ground, and all kinds of twisted demonic creatures were everywhere. The 6 abyssal fiend legions watched coldly from the sidelines, urging the abyssal monsters to kill each other. In the endless abyss, slaughter, chaos, conspiracy, madness, and all evil and dark forces were the main themes. In order to seize the authority of the abyssal lord of an endless abyssal plane, the first step was to provide enough death. The more experts died, the faster the abyssal lord's authority would be condensed. A 3-meter-tall Baylor Marquis covered in raging flames stared at the battle, too slow. At this rate, it would take more than 100 years of fighting to condense the sovereign power of the abyss. A large number of abyssal lords must die in order to condense the sovereign power of the abyss as soon as possible. The Baylor Marquis roared, "Boga Lelo, let's begin. After we eliminate them, we can compete for the position of the abyssal lord of this floor based on our own abilities. Kill them all." A 3-meter-tall ghost-eye fiend Marquis, with a fiendish face, sharp blades growing all over its body, blade-like claws, and strange runes flickering in its eyes, let out a ferocious roar. An abyssal legion composed of ghost-eye fiends rushed at another abyssal legion. "Kill them." A 10-meter-tall ghost-eye fiend Marquis with a green face and fangs, holding a huge wolf-tooth club, smiled ferociously, waved its huge wolf-tooth club, and led countless abyssal fiends towards another abyssal legion. As soon as the 3 abyssal Marquis attacked, countless powerhouses of the other 3 abyssal fiend legions died, and a huge hole was torn open. "Simonas, you're dead." The eyes of a backed abyssal fiend shimmered with a ferocious gleam. With a ferocious gleam in its eyes, it rushed over, blurred into motion, appeared in front of the Baylor Marquis, and clashed with it. "Die!" A 20-meter-tall Roman elephantine Marquis, with the head of an elephant and a 20-meter-long blade in its hand, suddenly erupted with power and slashed at the ghost-eye fiend Marquis. "Fool, since I am your opponent, then you're dead." A skeleton fiend wizard formed from countless bones smiled ferociously, and cast one spell after another barreling towards the ghost-eye fiend Marquis. As the 6 Marquis fought, a large number of abyssal fiends were hit by their spells and could only retreat, opening up a huge circle. Suddenly, a Grand Duke rank breath of power erupted, and a gold light erupted from the abyssal fiend ranks and swept towards the Baylor Marquis and the backed abyssal fiend Marquis. When the gold light disappeared, Yang Feng's figure appeared in the void. In his hand, there is a Baylor Marquis heart and a backed abyssal fiend heart, and 2 fearsome Marquis rank fluctuations of power diffused from the 2 hearts. As soon as the 2 fiend Marquis died, The two Abyssal Lord energy and a large amount of soul force flew towards the city of depravity and became nourishment for the floor lord. Gold-horned Grand Duke. When the four Abyssal Lord Marquis saw Yang Feng standing loftily in the void, their countenance changed dramatically, and they blurred into motion and fled in different directions. If the four Abyssal Lord Marquis could obtain the Abyssal Lord energy of the 666th floor of the Abyss, they would be able to contend against an Abyssal Grand Duke like Yang Feng. But without the blessing of the Abyssal Lord energy, these Abyssal Lord Marquis are powerless against Yang Feng and the other Abyssal Grand Dukes. The Abyssal Lord Marquis originally planned to fight each other and nourish themselves with the blood, souls, and authority of countless Abyssal Lords, so that the authority symbol of the Abyssal Fiend Lord can be born. In this way, if any one of them can compete for the authority symbol of the Abyssal Fiend Lord and become the floor lord of that floor, they will no longer have to fear any enemies. But now that the Abyssal Grand Duke Yang Feng has appeared, his plan has been completely ruined. Some earls and marquises of the Abyss had used this method to seize the position of the Abyss Master. When Typhire sensed the frightening aura released by Yang Feng, he trembled, and his eyes flickered with endless shock. Grand Duke, my lord has promoted to a Grand Duke. That's really heaven-defying. Let's kill them all. Otherwise, one or more of us is bound to be sacrificed and become sacrifices for the authority symbol of the Abyssal Lord. Yang Feng's eyes flickered, and he flicked at 3 empty spaces, and sparks flew towards them like shooting stars. Not bad, Warren, interesting. In one space a black light flashed, and a 3-meter-tall two-headed lion fiend with 2 lion heads exuding Grand Duke rank fluctuations of power appeared behind the elephant fiend. There is an elephant fiend heart in his hand. With a flash of black light, a handsome, pale, fallen kindred Grand Duke with an aristocratic temperament grabbed a Ghost Eye Fiend Marquis, bit the neck of the Ghost Eye Fiend Marquis, and sucked the Ghost Eye Fiend Marquis dry. After the fallen kindred Grand Duke sucked the Ghost Eye Fiend Marquis dry, a look of disgust appeared on his face, and he waved his hand, and the Ghost Eye Fiend Marquis dry disappeared. How disgusting. Sure enough, the blood of a beautiful and powerful virgin tastes the best. Baron, long time no see. Along with a wave of ecstasy, what seems to be the most beautiful voice in the world suddenly sounded, and a black whip shot out like a poisonous dragon, split into 2, and coiled around the giant Ghost Fiend Marquis and the Skeleton Fiend Marquis. The black whip, which looked like a poisonous dragon, pulled the Marquis's giant demon and the Marquis' skeleton demon mage to a woman wearing black leather. She was very sexy, and she looked as if she had been born to seduce men. Every strand of her hair was very attractive. She looked like she was born to seduce men. Every strand of her hair was very seductive. She was a beautiful succubus. Succubus Empress. When he saw the beautiful succubus, Yang Feng's pupils constricted. His eyes shimmered with a dignified shade, and he uttered, stressing each syllable. The succubus queen was the ruler of the 777th level of the Endless Abyss. She was the master of the 777th level. The succubus empress is known as the number 1 beauty of the Endless Abyss, a peerless stunner with countless allies. She is a most fearsome enemy. Chapter 809. The succubus clan was beautiful and alluring. They were born with extraordinary charm. Even abyssal demons and abyssal demons that were different from humans would be attracted to them, becoming their protectors or masters. Succubi were also the common currency among the abyssal demon lords, and the symbol of their wealth. The more succubi an abyssal demon overlord had, the more face and wealth that abyssal demon overlord had. Succubi were never known for their combat ability, but the succubus empress was an anomaly among the succubi. Not only was she a heavenly beauty, but her beauty was also incomparably tyrannical. Back then, when he was fighting for the 777th level of the abyssal plane, he had once killed an archduke-backed abyssal demon archduke. The backed abyssal fiend Grand Duke was a powerful abyssal fiend Grand Duke, known for his combat prowess. For such a powerhouse to be killed by the succubus queen, one could only imagine how powerful her combat prowess was. After the succubus empress became the master of the 777th level, there were still countless powerful beings who wanted to take her as their personal pet. In those tens of thousands of years, 3 Grand Duke-level abyssal demons had died at his hands. The 2 Infinity Warlock rank abyssal fiends looked at the succubus empress with intoxication and apprehension in their eyes. Even a Grand Duke of the Abyss would be completely captivated by the succubus queen's charm if he wasn't careful. The tips of the succubus queen's black whips shook, and they turned into 2 snakes that bit out the hearts of the 2 marquises. The power of 2 abyssal lords suddenly flashed and disappeared into Depravity City. A skull crown inlaid with countless skulls suddenly flew out of the City of Depravity, exuding an evil aura and the power of the abyss. The skull crown hovered between reality and illusion, and it was condensed from the authority of an abyssal lord. Once a certain number of lords of the abyss had fallen, it would turn from illusory to real and evolve into the true crown of the abyss lord. Once the deep lord truly grasped the crown would turn from solid to incorporeal and disappear into the deep lord's body. No one could become the master of an abyssal level before they killed the previous abyssal master. Dukes, would you be able to relinquish control of the 666th abyssal level to me? Of course, as compensation for your loss, I can invite you to my 777th level of the abyss as guests and enjoy all the best things in this world. The succubus empress showed Yang Feng's group of 3 a beautiful and bewitching smile. When the 2-headed lion devil and baron saw the charmed demon queen's smile, their bodies trembled, and their eyes revealed a trace of greed. The succubus queen's 777th level of the abyss is definitely a paradise for all male creatures. Succubi that are rarely seen in the outside world can be seen everywhere in the 777th level of the abyss. Moreover, there are countless beauties of various races, the best wine, the most delicious extraordinary fruits, and the most delicious food. Many abyssal Grand Dukes were both fearful and yearning for the 777th level. The abyssal Grand Dukes who were fortunate enough to go to the 777th level of the abyss to enjoy themselves are full of praise for the 777th level of the abyss. The 2-headed lion devil suddenly transmitted his voice using a spell. Warren, the succubus empress is stronger than the 3 of us. Let's join forces and kill her. Yang Feng's eyes flickered for a while, and then he agreed. Okay, go. The 2-headed lion devil suddenly roared, blurred into motion, and rushed towards the succubus empress. The fallen kindred Grand Duke Baron turned into a stream of bloody light, and suddenly turned into a sea of blood that swept towards the succubus empress. The succubus queen smiled sweetly, and the succubus whip in her hand suddenly shot up and turned into countless one-eyed demonic snakes. The eyes on the eyebrows of these snakes shone brightly, and rays of gray light shot into the endless sea of blood. The sea of blood exuding a fishy smell and countless resentful souls twisting and wailing, resembling a bloody hell, twisted and turned into the fallen kindred Grand Duke Baron in an instant. An ominous glint flashed in the eyes of the twin-headed lion devil, and he thrust his claw into the fallen kindred Grand Duke Baron in an instant. Extremely violent demonic chi twisted, pierced through the kindred Grand Duke Baron's heart, and dug it out. Riva, you bastard, you betrayed me. A look of horror and incredulity on his face, Baron roared, and his body disintegrated into streams of bloody light that fled in different directions. Dance of myriad snakes. The succubus whip in the succubus queen's hand shook slightly, and the one-eyed demonic snakes suddenly floated up and formed a strange formation. The one-eyed demonic snake's eyes shot out countless strange gray lights towards the bloody lights, forcibly sucking them in and reversing the flow. The countless rays of bloody light reversed and formed Baron's body. Countless cyclops snakes opened their mouths and bit Baron, causing him to scream miserably in pain. Riva turned around and stared coldly at Yang Feng. His eyes shimmered with vigilance and killing intent, and he asked coldly, Warren, how did you find out that I'm an accomplice of the succubus empress? Yang Feng replied coldly, in the endless abyss, those who easily trust others are almost all dead. That Baron should be a friend of hers, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen for your trick so easily. Riva smiled ferociously and said frigidly, that's right. Baron and I have been friends for 15,000 years. During these 15,000 years, I've been his best friend. If it wasn't for the fact that he has to compete with Her Majesty the Empress for the 666th floor of the Endless Abyss, I would still be his best friend. Warren, with me and Her Majesty here, you have no chance of winning. Leave here and we'll spare your life. In the endless abyss, betrayal, plots, and slaughter were the main themes. Even if you were an old friend of more than 10,000 years, they could still take your life at a critical moment. Therefore, in the endless abyss, only those who didn't trust anyone and were cunning could live like fish in water. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Spare my life? How funny. A dead man dares to talk to me like that, how amusing." Dead man. There was a flash of anger in Riva's eyes. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his heart. He turned his head to look and was horrified to find that his right hand had pierced into his own heart and dug it out. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and Riva's heart flew out of his hand and landed in his hand. What spell is this? How can this be? Riva's eyes widened, he screamed miserably, twisted in pain, and fell to the ground as a corpse. As soon as Riva died, a powerful abyssal authority turned into a stream of light and entered the crown of the Floor Lord in the sky. The crown of the Floor Lord suddenly turned from illusory to real, and an ancient profound crown, which seems to be formed from the evilest force in the world, suddenly appeared, suspended in the void, and formed a black beam of light. What a powerful secret treasure! Even a Grand Duke like Riva was unknowingly bewitched by it. Amazing! The succubus empress clapped her hands and smiled sweetly, and strange runes appeared in her beautiful eyes. When she saw the phantom ruler in the form of an eye in Yang Feng's hand, strange phantom threads, which even infinity warlocks cannot see, retracted from Riva's body and entered Yang Feng's hand. Yang Feng looked at the peerlessly beautiful succubus empress with a cold gaze and looming killing intent in his eyes, and he said unhurriedly, "Riva is dead. Succubus empress, I am determined to get this floor of the endless abyss. If we leave here we can still make friends. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to kill you in this layer of the abyss and turn you into food for this layer." Two infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power hidden in the dark suddenly erupted, locked on the succubus empress, and then disappeared. In that case, let me congratulate Grand Duke Warren in advance for becoming the floor lord of the 666th floor. If you are interested, you can come to my 777th floor of the endless abyss as a guest. At that time I will let you enjoy yourself. The succubus empress took a deep look at the two infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power hidden in the dark, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with apprehension. All of a sudden, she smiled sweetly and waved her lily-white hand, and a green jade mirror the size of a beautiful succubus flew out and landed in Yang Feng's hand. With a flash of green light, the succubus empress disintegrated into specks of light and disappeared. Yang Feng's avatar of a gold horn swept the abyssal lords controlled by the succubus empress with a glance, and then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a gold ray and plunged into the midst of the abyssal Earl rank abyssal lords. "I am willing to surrender. Spare my life. Your Majesty Grand Duke, I am willing to be your lackey." The countenance of the abyssal Earl rank abyssal lords changed dramatically, and they pleaded bitterly. Faced with the Grand Duke rank Yang Feng, they have no power to resist. Ignoring the pleas of the abyssal lords, Yang Feng killed them one by one. Along with flashes of light, the abyssal lord authority was absorbed into the crown of the abyss lord. When the abyssal lords in this area were all killed by Yang Feng and his subordinates, the crown of the abyss lord fell from the void, and Yang Feng grabbed it. Chapter 8:10. As soon as the floor lord crown fell into Yang Feng's hand, it turned from real to illusory, turned into a stream of light, and entered Yang Feng's body. In an instant, it seems as if all the abyssal force in the 666th floor is under Yang Feng's control. He can clearly sense that he can mobilize the power of the 666th floor to boost his strength for a short period of time and suppress his enemies at the same time. Once a warlock monarch rank powerhouse steps into the 666th floor of the abyss, they will be suppressed by the floor lord authority, and their strength will be reduced to the infinity warlock realm. With the blessing of the floor lord authority, Yang Feng can possess warlock monarch rank power for a short period of time. With this, even a warlock monarch rank powerhouse will be suppressed if they meet Yang Feng on the 666th floor. The floor lord authority is very powerful, but it also has weaknesses. Firstly, he could only exercise the authority of the Abyss Master on the 666th level of the Endless Abyss. Second, the Abyss Sovereign can only suppress one person. If two Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses come, then it will be troublesome. As Yang Feng sensed the Floor Lord's authority, the optical computer network behind him carried out various analyses. After the analysis was complete, Yang Feng opened his eyes, took a step forward, and entered the core palace of the City of Fallen. Greetings, Master. When the remaining Abyssal Lords in the City of Fallen saw Yang Feng, they sensed the Floor Lord authority emanating from him. Their complexion changed dramatically, and they knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Yang Feng walked to the throne in the core palace of the City of Fallen, sat down and said coldly, as if a god overlooking all life, "From today on I, Warren, am the master of the 666th floor of the Abyss. From today on I, Warren, am the master of the 666th floor of the Abyss." Through the Floor Lord's authority, his voice spread throughout the 666th floor, and all abyssal fiends heard Yang Feng's voice. The irrational abyssal demonic creatures were branded by Yang Feng's Floor Lord authority. As long as Yang Feng runs into them, no matter how powerful they are, they will become his subordinates. Once the transcendent rank abyssal lords swear allegiance to Yang Feng, then Yang Feng can use the Floor Lord's authority to turn them into corpses with a single command, unable to resist. The 666th floor of the Abyss has a master. Warren, is this name unfamiliar? What is his origin? Isn't the master of the 666th floor the Succubus Empress? This time he is determined to get the 666th level of the Abyss. How could this be? At the moment when Yang Feng announced that he is the floor master of the 666th floor, the formidable Grand Dukes in the Endless Abyss were alarmed, and powerful consciousnesses peaked at the 666th floor full of surprise and apprehension. Since the floors of the Abyss originate from the same source, they can be split and can be merged. If two floors of the Abyss merge, they will become more powerful. However, the fusion of the Endless Abyss would also consume countless precious treasures, many of which were treasures that could only be found by luck. In the Endless Abyss, there were many terrifying Grand Duke-level abyssal demons. However, most of these abyssal demons were abyssal lords of the abyssal layer. Most of them weren't interested in becoming the master of this level of the Endless Abyss, and the Grand Dukes who were interested in the 666th level would more or less give some face to the Succubus Queen, which was why there were so few Grand Dukes who came to compete. Now that Yang Feng has become the lord of the 666th floor of the Abyss, the abyssal Grand Dukes are full of interest in him. Some abyssal Grand Dukes who are close to the Succubus Empress are full of killing intent towards Yang Feng. However, since Yang Feng is on the 666th floor of the Abyss, even the abyssal Grand Dukes who want to kill him don't dare to step into this floor rashly. If they are careless, they will be suppressed by him. In the depths of the astral boundary, there is a boundless area shrouded in thick fog. In the starry sky in that area, the space distorted, and Yang Feng's true body appeared and looked towards the area. Yang Feng took a deep look at the space and mused, "What a remote and distant place. If Shui hadn't given me the coordinates, it would be almost impossible to discover the existence of that world." Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion has been searching for all kinds of valuable planes in the astral boundary all these years for intelligent life forms to reside in. However, although there are countless planes in the astral boundary, but after millions of years of searching by human warlocks, many planes with intelligent life forms with them have been divided up by major forces. It is very difficult to find a grade 9 plane. Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion has found thousands of abandoned celestial bodies in the astral boundary, and started mining them. However, they haven't found a single ownerless plane with intelligent life forms. In the depths of the astral boundary, the almost boundless area shrouded in thick fog is very strange. As soon as the battle robots Yang Feng quietly sent enter the area, they will be directly devoured. Their connection with the optical computer network will be cut off, and they will disappear. This kind of place is the most dangerous and strange. No matter how the level for optical computer network tries to analyze it, it can't analyze the existence of the white fog. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and plunged into the white fog. As soon as he entered the white fog, Yang Feng felt that east, west, south, and north are completely confused, and he can hardly grasp his own existence. Moreover, His connection with the Level 4 optical computer network was cut off in an instant. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he slowly released his tremendous soul force. The soul force has just been released, when it was completely devoured by the strange white fog. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and he pointed with a finger and operated the law of wind, and a 5-meter-long hurricane took shape and collapsed. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered gravely. What a strange white fog. It makes people unable to distinguish between north, south, east, and south. It is difficult to operate elemental force and law force. Even if it is a supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouse, they will be blocked by the white fog, not daring to go deep. However, I still have 2 ways to deal with this white fog. Fate algorithm. With a thought, Yang Feng operated the mysterious fate algorithm, and queer fluctuations gushed out of him and, guided by fate force, pointed him in the right direction. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, as expected of the highest secret method in the Eternal Continent. 10 days later, with a flash of black light, Yang Feng flew out of the strange white fog and appeared in an endless starry sky. In the endless starry sky there are suns, moons, and other stars. In the center of the countless stars there is an azure star. In Yang Feng's eyes he can see countless auras of life diffusing from the azure star. What a beautiful celestial body, it's about 10 times larger than Earth. I'll have to go in before I know the specifics. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and like a meteor, he flew into the atmosphere of the celestial body. There is no repulsive force. Is this celestial body a grade 4 plane or above? No, it's life magic energy. The life magic energy on this celestial body is astonishingly low, even lower than that of a grade 9 plane. On such a plane, all kinds of extraordinary forces are greatly restricted. What's going on? This is equivalent to a magic ban world. My life force is sealed. The laws of heaven and earth have changed. Strange? How is this possible? The laws of heaven and earth of the same universe shouldn't be different, right? Under Yang Feng's continuous calculations, as if a meteor, he uncontrollably fell from the sky towards the ground. The Chaoyang Spirit Mountain is one of the 10 great spiritual mountains of the Great Zhou Empire. Although the mountain is rugged and there are many beasts, but it is not a problem for martial arts experts. On this day, countless martial arts masters from the Great Zhou Empire came one after another. They used their lightness skills and climbed up the steep cliff. It was difficult for apes and monkeys to climb, and it was difficult for eagles to climb. On the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain, there is a decisive battle between the #1 swordsman of the Great Zhou Empire's northern martial arts world, Lightless Sword Li Wujian, and the Great Grandmaster Reverend Lingkong of the southern martial arts world, Wu Lingkong. Since his debut, Lightless Sword Li Wujian has defeated countless experts. His most famous battle was when he went alone to the lair of the 72 bandits of the Desert North and killed them all. In that battle, more than 100 bandits of the Desert North died under his sword, establishing his unparalleled reputation. The Great Grandmaster Reverend Lingkong of the southern martial arts world, Wu Lingkong, was born in the Spirit Void Path, one of the 3 holy lands of the martial arts world. At the age of 16 he reached the innate realm. At the age of 20, and at the age of 30, he became a great grandmaster. The Spirit Space 7 colors he created is even more powerful. Since his debut, he has never been defeated. No one has been able to force him to display the 4th color of the Spirit Space 7 colors. In order to take his martial Dao path a step further, Li Wujian chose to challenge Reverend Lingkong, hoping to gain enlightenment in the decisive battle and take another step forward. This is why today's battle took place. The decisive battle between the 2 strongest experts in the martial arts world naturally attracted countless martial arts experts to come and watch the battle, forming a rare grand event in the martial arts world. On the summit of the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain, a swordsman in black is sitting cross-legged on the ground and looking at the forest in the distance. He seems to be integrated with the surrounding environment. The black-clothed swordsman's appearance was not handsome, and his facial features were even somewhat ugly. His hands were twice the size of an ordinary person, and they were covered with calluses from practicing martial arts. His stature was not tall, but he had an otherworldly temperament that made people have a good impression of him at first glance. Chapter 8:11. On the summit of Chaoyang Spirit Mountain stood more than 20 martial arts masters. Each of them had extremely powerful agility techniques and were famous experts in the martial arts world. Although her hairstyle was very rustic, her skin was snow-white, and her eyes were watery as if they could speak. She was a beautiful and pure young girl, who was about 15 or 16 years old. Curiously asked the white-haired old man on the side, "Grandpa, Hero Lightless Sword Li Wujian is most famous for his lightless sword. It is said that the lightless sword is a peerless divine weapon that is difficult to find in the world, ranking 9th on the divine weapon list. Why don't I see his lightless sword now?" The white-haired old man looked at Li Wujian from afar, and his eyes flashed with envy and jealousy. He sighed slightly. Hero Li Wujian has cultivated to the point where there is no sword in his hand but a sword in his heart. There is nothing that cannot be used as a sword. Flowers, grass, trees, and everything else can be used as a sword. This realm is far beyond our imagination. A handsome young man in a white brocade robe with an extraordinary temperament gently waved the folding fan in his hand. He looked at Li Wujian with an unruly glint in his eyes. One day I, Zhao Chongkong, will surpass Li Wujian and Wu Lingkong and become the strongest person in the world. He's here. Taoist Lingkong is here. What a powerful agility technique. The agility technique Lingkong step of the Lingkong 7 senses is really extraordinary. Walking in the air, almost like an immortal. On the summit, the famous experts from different places of the Great Zhou Empire suddenly had a flash of excitement in their eyes, and they began to discuss spiritedly. A tall Taoist priest with a clear face wearing a green Taoist robe seemed to be walking on air. He lightly tapped on the steep cliff and leaped up like a bird. With a single leap he leaped more than 10 meters. His Taoist robe slightly puffed up and fluttered in the wind. As if he was walking on air, he flew towards the peak of the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain. The beautiful girl with the braid stared at the Taoist priest and couldn't help but clap her hands in praise. Amazing! What a powerful agility technique! It's really heaven-defying that a human can cultivate agility technique to this level. Taoist Lingkong is worthy of being one of the 5 great grandmasters of the southern martial arts world of the Great Zhou Empire. Truly amazing. The eyes of the handsome young man, who was dressed in a white brocade robe, slightly narrowed. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. What a powerful Qinggong! As expected of one of the 5 great grandmasters of the southern martial arts world, Reverend Lingkong, who is a mainstay of the righteous path, is indeed extraordinary. The Lingkong 7 senses is worthy of being one of the strongest techniques of the righteous martial arts world. After a few ups and downs, Wu Lingkong descended from the sky like a large bird and gently landed on the peak of the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain. The famous experts of the Great Zhou Empire clearly saw the appearance of the strongest person of the southern martial arts world. Although he was already over 40 years old, his hair was still jet black and beautiful, without a single strand of white hair. His skin was sparkling, rosy, and incomparably smooth, like the skin of a baby. Spirit of Senses Mountain Master of Wu Sect, and Spirit Techniques of the Mountain, Senses Wu of Mountain Yang, and Sect the World. Of Lingkong, young man, and old in Ling Wu Lingkong stood quietly on the summit of Chaoyang Spirit Mountain. He seemed to have merged with the entire summit of Chaoyang Spirit Mountain, as if he could shatter the void and ascend to immortality at any time. As soon as Wu Lingkong set foot on the summit of Chaoyang Spirit Mountain, the eyes of the 5 women on the summit were deeply attracted to him, almost unable to look away. "You're here." Li Wujian slowly got up. Every time his body moved an inch, his aura grew stronger and sharper. When he completely stood up from the ground, his entire temperament underwent an earth-shattering change. It was as if he had become a peerless sword. "I'm here." Wu Lingkong's voice was ethereal, and his temperament was ethereal. "Where's your lightless sword?" Li Wujian's eyes were like 2 sharp swords, piercing directly at Wu Lingkong. "I don't need it anymore." Disappointment flashed in Wu Lingkong's eyes, and he sighed faintly. "Unfortunately, although you have advanced to the realm of swordless in hand and swordless in heart, but you are still not my opponent. Unless you can advance to the realm of man is man and sword is sword, you will be able to fight me. The current you is not my opponent. I have practiced swordsmanship for 27 years, and have never stopped practicing swordsmanship. Since my debut, I have never tasted defeat. I hope you can let me taste the taste of failure. Li Wujian stretched out his hand, and a gust of energy rolled out and sucked a branch 20 meters away into his hand. With a slight tremble of his internal force, the countless branches and leaves on the branch were shaken away, circled around the branch, and turned into a tiny tree sword. He revealed a frightening cultivation base that could injure people by plucking leaves and flowers. Okay, I also want to see the power of the lightless sword that slayed the 72 bandits of Desert North. Wu Lingkong smiled slightly and walked step by step towards Li Wujian. Every time he took a step forward, he left a footprint several centimeters deep on the summit of Chaoyang Spirit Mountain. At the same time, with every step he took, his aura grew by a fraction. On the summit, all the martial arts experts held their breath, looking forward to the shocking battle. At this moment, a meteor suddenly dropped from the sky and slammed into a mountain peak beside the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain, leaving a trail of fire behind. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering noise, the mountain next to the summit of the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain collapsed. The earth trembled, a gust of wind blew, and countless shattered rocks flew in all directions. Amid the terrifying natural disaster, the duel between the two powerhouses on the summit of Chaoyang Spirit Mountain stopped, and all eyes looked towards the collapsed mountain. Meteorite. There may be meteorite iron. The peerless godly weapons on the divine weapon ranking are all forged from meteoric iron. Different meteoric iron has different abilities. If I can get a piece and find a divine smith to forge it in the future, I might be able to obtain a peerless godly weapon on the divine weapon ranking. The martial arts experts on the summit of Chaoyang Spirit Mountain looked at each other. Their eyes flashed with a scorching glint, and they performed agility techniques and walked towards the collapsed mountain. Wu Lingkong's eyes, which are full of passion for life, suddenly flashed with a look of confusion, and he said with some uncertainty, Li Wujian, I seem to have seen a person in the meteorite just now. As a great grandmaster of the southern martial arts world, Wu Lingkong has extraordinary eyesight. He can even clearly see the leg of a mosquito 100 meters away. But there was actually a person inside that meteor. It was simply unimaginable. It was something that no one dared to imagine. Li Wujian hesitated for a while before saying, I seem to have seen a person too. I'll go take a look. Wu Lingkong's figure fluttered, and he flew towards the other side of the cliff. As soon as he jumped out of the cliff, his inner force surged, his Taoist robe fluttered, and he flew towards the center of the collapsed mountain as if he was treading on air. Li Wujian's figure fluttered, and he also jumped out of the cliff and flew towards the center of the collapsed mountain. Every tens of meters, he would eject a leaf suspended in the air. With a light tap of his foot, he unleashed a peerless agility technique and flew towards the center of the collapsed mountain as if he was flying. In the center of the collapsed mountain, in a huge cave, Yang Feng got up and stretched his body, which issued crisp sounds. It's difficult to use magic power. The laws of heaven and earth have changed, but the power of the fleshly body has not been reduced. This is a world similar to the magic ban world. With a flick of his wrist, a magic stone appeared in Yang Feng's hand. After the magic stone appeared, Yang Feng felt that the life magic energy inside the magic stone was overflowing. Before long, more than half of the magic energy inside the magic stone was overflowing. Yang Feng took out another magic stone and observed it carefully. The life magic energy inside the magic stone also began to slowly overflow, but at a much slower rate than that of the magic stone. Yang Feng took a deep look at the magic stone and frowned. Before I analyze the laws of this world, I can't find a way to prevent this magic stone from overflowing with life magic energy. Is that the treasure brought by the meteorite? Boy, offer me the treasure in your hand. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. A handsome young man with a face as clear as jade, eyes as bright as the stars, and skin as translucent as jade walked over with large strides while fanning himself with a folding fan. Young Master Yuema with matchless martial arts, you will rule the world for thousands of years. Young Master Yuema with mysterious martial arts, you will command the world. 40-plus guards in black attire with bulging temples appeared beside the young man and pointed their crossbows at Yang Feng, shouted slogans, and pointed the crossbows in their hands at Yang Feng. Is this a Wuxia world? That's right. If there were no extraordinary forces, then the world might evolve into a Wuxia world, Or it might evolve into a technological world like Earth. However, fortunately, the world I transmigrated to is a warlock world. Otherwise, even if I dominate this low-level world, I won't be able to live forever, let alone achieve eternity. Yang Feng looked at the guard shouting loudly with a look of novelty in his eyes, and he sighed in his heart. Young Master Yuama, what brings you and your Black Moon guards here? Along with creepy laughter, a blind, short, hunchbacked old man with a scimitar on his waist walked out step by step, a gloomy smile on his face. Young Master Yuama said with a cold smile, One-eyed demon camel, you came as well. Did you come to avenge your blindness at the hands of the lightless swordly Wujian? The one-eyed demon camel's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he took a deep look at young Master Yuama. Killing intent streaked past his eyes, and then his gaze fell on Yang Feng. Staring at the magic stone in Yang Feng's hand, his eyes shimmered with greed, and he uttered, Kill that kid and we'll divide his treasures equally. Hurry up. Otherwise, once Li Wujian, Wu Lingkong, and them arrive, we won't be able to do anything. Chapter 8:12. We Green Mountain 6 demons want a share of that treasure as well. 6 shadows flew out from the side. 6 ugly freaks with all kinds of strange weapons appeared at the edge of the large hole formed by the meteorite fall and stared at Yang Feng with greed in their eyes. The low-grade magic crystal in Yang Feng's hand is overflowing with life magic energy. The martial arts experts were all sharp-witted. Their strength was far greater than that of ordinary people. Once they arrived at the edge of the big hole, they felt their inner force slowly increase, and the treasure that increased their inner force was the low-grade magic crystal in Yang Feng's hand. Young Master Yuama took a deep look at the 6 ugly freaks with all kinds of strange weapons in their hands. His eyes shimmered with apprehension, and he said solemnly, Green Mountain 6 demons, you 6 are indeed qualified to get a share. Each of the Green Mountain 6 demons is a pinnacle innate realm powerhouse, who cultivates a set of strange cultivation methods. When the 6 of them join forces, they have even slain a Grandmaster realm expert. Individually, the Green Mountain 6 demons are only first-rate experts in the martial arts world. But when the 6 of them join forces, they are equivalent to top experts in the martial arts world. Young Master Yuama is extremely apprehensive of the Green Mountain 6 demons. Not wanting to complicate the issue, he just wants to seize the low-grade magic crystal from Yang Feng as soon as possible. The Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master has arrived. Flowers suddenly floated down from the sky, and 8 beautiful girls in white silk clothes walked over, carrying a luxurious palanquin made of silver and inlaid with countless diamonds, which was shrouded in a curtain of pearls. Dozens of beautiful female swordsmen were guarding the palanquin as they walked towards them. In the lead is a beautiful swordswoman dressed in white. She has an unearthly temperament. She is a first-class beauty. More than a dozen girls about 13 or 14 years old with extraordinary agility techniques, holding flower baskets, jump up and sprinkle the flower petals in the baskets at will. The beauties and the rain of flower petals form a beautiful scenery. The Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master. But when young Master Yuama, the one-eyed demon hunchback, and the Green Mountain 6 demons saw this scene, their faces changed dramatically, and they looked at the luxurious sedan chair with apprehension in their eyes. The Myriad Flower Palace was one of the top sects among the 7 Devil Dao sects. The palace master of the Myriad Flower Temple was publicly acknowledged as one of the 5 most beautiful women in the Jianghu. At the same time, she was also the strongest and most vicious demonic Dao witch. The Great Zhou Empire's great grandmaster Saber King Qian Kuangren had never been defeated in his life. However, he fell in love with the Myriad Flower Temple's temple master, and eventually died at the hands of the Myriad Flower Temple's temple master. Apart from that, at least 20 Grandmaster experts had died tragically in the hands of the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master. The white-clothed female swordsman smiled faintly, and with a touch of fragrance, she took a step forward and said faintly, Everyone, that person is an escaped slave of our Myriad Flower Temple. He stole a few treasures from our Myriad Flower Temple. Please give us some face and let our Myriad Flower Palace take him away. Young Master Yuama's eyes narrowed as he looked at the beautiful swordswoman and slowly said, The head of the Myriad Flowers Temple's 10 flowers, crepe myrtle flower? Apart from the mysterious, powerful, and peerlessly beautiful Myriad Flower Palace mistress, there were also the 10 flowers. The 10 flowers were crepe myrtle flower, Chinese rose flower, azalea flower, daffodil flower, plum blossom, white lotus flower, yellow chrysanthemum flower, clivia orchid, tulip flower, and green radish flower. Each of the Myriad Flower Palace's 10 flowers was an extremely outstanding and stunning beauty. At the same time, they were also martial arts experts. Each of them was a true disciple of the Myriad Flower Palace, and even the weakest was a consummate Khanate expert. The crepe myrtle flower of the 10 flowers was rumored to have cultivated to the peak of the Grandmaster realm. She was only one step away from the mysterious and unfathomable Great Grandmaster realm. Everyone, you've come at the right time. You've really schemed to get here so quickly. A calm voice rang out from the sky, clearly entering everyone's ears. In the sky, Reverend Lingkong's Taoist robe fluttered as he soared in the wind. He was like an immortal walking in the air as he walked toward them step by step. Reverend Lingkong! Reverend Lingkong! The expressions of the evil Dao experts present changed drastically, and fear flashed in their eyes. Young Master Yuema, One-Eyed Demon Camel, the Green Mountain 6 demons, and the experts of the Myriad Flower Palace gathered here. It was naturally not a coincidence. Li Wujian and Wu Lingkong were among the top experts of the righteous Dao. If they could take advantage of the fact that both sides were injured and kill them here, it would definitely be a great loss for the righteous Dao. Moreover, the evil Dao experts gathered here either had a grudge against Li Wujian or Wu Lingkong. Young Master Yuema looked at Reverend Lingkong, who was flying in the air, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, his ears twitched slightly, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fire!" The Black Moon Guard holding the divine martial crossbow suddenly raised the crossbow bolts and shot them at Wu Lingkong in midair. More than 40 black crossbow bolts shot towards Wu Lingkong like raindrops, completely sealing off the space for Wu Lingkong to dodge. What a vicious method! I'll return them to you. In midair, Wu Lingkong flicked his sleeve and swept up the 40+ black crossbow bolts. Then, surging with inner force, he flicked his sleeve, and the black crossbow bolts flew back and shot into the Black Moon Guards. A dozen+ Black Moon Guards were run through, and they fell to the ground and howled in pain. So strong! This is a great Grandmaster! Seeing this scene, the countenance of the evil Dao experts changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with apprehension. As if a feather, Wu Lingkong floated lightly and landed on the edge of the huge pit Yang Feng created. He looked curiously at the hole behind Yang Feng, completely ignoring the evil Dao experts. Leaves carrying wisps of sword qi fell from the sky. Li Wujian stepped on the leaves carrying wisps of sword qi, floated in the air like a sword immortal, and slowly landed. So this is a martial arts expert, interesting. My name is Great Sky Demon. No, this name isn't domineering enough. By the way, my name is Demon Ancestor. Today, I will establish the Myriad Demons Temple. Originally, with your cultivation base, you aren't fit to be my subordinates. But since you and the Myriad Demons Temple are brought together by fate, let's join the Myriad Demons Temple and serve me. Yang Feng looked at Li Wujian, who fell from the sky. Instead of showing a look of horror like the others, he smiled and strode towards young Master Yuema. A fierce ray flashed in young Master Yuema's eyes, and he smiled coldly and barked, "Demon Ancestor? What a big tone. Let me send you off and let you be the Demon Ancestor in hell. Fire!" Among the 4 personal guards of young Master Yuema, one suddenly appeared, pointed at Yang Feng with a divine martial crossbow in his hand, and fired an arrow. Wu Lingkong and Li Wujian just frowned slightly, but they didn't stop the personal guard of young Master Yuema. Yang Feng calls himself the Demon Ancestor and wants to take the 2 of them as subordinates. Even though they have extraordinary bearings and are broad-minded, but they are naturally displeased. Ding! Along with the crisp sound of metal striking metal, the crossbow bolt stabbed into Yang Feng's forehead, and then was sent flying aside and fell to the ground. Wushang! There's no trace of injury. How is this possible? That divine martial crossbow is a military crossbow that can even kill Grandmaster rank experts. Even a great Grandmaster who practiced a top-notch defensive martial art can't resist that crossbow bolt. How could he resist it and not be injured at all? Dumbfounded, the experts of both the righteous and wicked path couldn't believe their eyes. Young Master Yuama's face fell, and he barked, "Fire, everyone, fire at once." The 40-plus Black Moon Guards have already reloaded their crossbows. They pointed at Yang Feng, and a rain of crossbow bolts shot towards Yang Feng. Ding! 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 Amid crisp sounds, the crossbow bolts shot at Yang Feng, ricocheted, bent, and issued crisp sounds of metal striking each other. That's right. If I don't show you the gap in strength, I'll make you submit to me. How about this? I'll let you see the gap between us. Yang Feng smiled and blew lightly, and a breath of air formed a sword of qi that swept towards the more than 40 Black Moon Guards. In the blink of an eye, a line of blood appeared on the bodies of over 40 Black Moon Guards. With a gust of wind, their bodies were split into two, and a large amount of blood splattered out of their bodies, splattering all over the ground, killing people by blowing air. Besides, he killed 40 people in one breath from 100 meters away. He's not a human, he's definitely not a human. He's a demon, a demon. The ferocious one-eyed demon hunchback's face was ashen. His lips turned purple, and his body trembled. Suddenly he turned around, shouted, performed a qinggong, and fled into the distance. Did I say that you can go? Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. He joined his middle and index fingers together and flicked them, and an air shockwave shot out in a flash, slammed into the one-eyed magic camel's head, and exploded it. The head of the infamous one-eyed magic camel in the martial arts world exploded. Seeing this scene, the complexions of most of the experts from the righteous and demonic paths turned ashen. Their bodies trembled, and their eyes shimmered with fear. To be able to kill a Grandmaster rank expert hundreds of meters away by blowing air and flicking a finger, this is a means that only ancient transcendence and transcendence have. Young Master Yuama, who is very clever, knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yang Feng until blood oozed out. He said respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Demon Ancestor. This little one is willing to join the Myriad Demons Temple and serve the Ancestor." You're quite clever, kid. Originally, the Ancestor wanted to kill you as an example to others. However, now that the Ancestor lacks manpower, I'll reluctantly spare your life. Yang Feng smiled, took a step forward, and crossed a distance of 100 meters. He touched young Master Yuama's forehead with his hand, stimulated the other party's power, and formed a strange brand that entered the other party. Chapter 8:13. Young Master Yuama was startled. Yet he gritted his teeth and didn't move. As a clever man, he knows very well that in front of a terrifying existence like Yang Feng, he has no chance. If he resists, only death will await him. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "I placed a life and death seal on you. Every year, if you don't get the antidote, you'll be in so much pain that you wish you were dead. If you want to test the power of the life and death seal, you can find someone to help you remove it. However, if you touch the life and death seal, you'll experience a fate worse than death." Young Master Yuama trembled slightly, and his eyes shimmered with fear, yet he responded even more respectfully, "Yes. This subordinate is loyal to you, Ancestor. I won't let you down." Yang Feng turned around and pointed to the martial arts experts coming from the Myriad Demons Temple and said flatly, "Okay, I'm not familiar with these people. Explain them to me. The Myriad Demons Temple needs to collect some minions. That's more convenient. This small world was discovered by Shi Shui, who knows how many tens of thousands of years ago. During that long period of time, it is very likely that other powerhouses will come to this world. Yang Feng wants to establish a force to act as his minions and search for traces of those powerhouses. If the situation turns bad, Yang Feng can abandon the Myriad Demons Temple like a gecko cutting off its tail. In any case, with his Infinity Warlock rank strength, he can casually establish such a force. Young Master Yuamo responded, "Yes, Ancestor. They are the Green Mountain 6 demons, famous experts in the underworld. The 6 of them once killed all 138 people in the Green Plum Manor because of a disagreement. Each of them is a first-rate expert in the underworld. When the 6 of them join forces, they can slay a Grandmaster realm expert. The Green Mountain 6 demons knelt on the ground and shouted, "We are willing to serve the demon ancestor. Please take us in. I don't like the sight of you 6 good-for-nothings die." Yang Feng glanced at the Green Mountain 6 demons, then grabbed a handful of gravel and waved it. The sand and stones swept up and instantly enveloped the 6 devils of Green Mountain, blasting them into pieces and turning them into a bloody mist that scattered on the ground. Young Master Yuema trembled slightly. He looked at the location of the Green Mountain 6 demons with fear and rejoice. So strong. He's so strong that he's inhuman. None of the 6 devils of Green Mountain was a match for young Master Yuema, but even young Master Yuema might not be able to defeat them if the 6 of them joined forces. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, the famous Green Mountain 6 demons were turned into fragments. This kind of might was simply heaven-defying. Young Master Yuema pointed at Li Wujian, his eyes flashing with endless malice. That is the #1 swordsman in the Great Zhou Empire's northern martial world, Lightless Sword Li Wujian. Lightless Sword is known as the fastest sword in the world. He once went to the lair of the 72 Gobi bandits alone with a sword and killed all of them by himself. In young Master Yuema's view, since Yang Feng calls himself the demon ancestor, he is naturally an enemy of the righteous path. He introduced Li Wujian first because he wanted to kill Li Wujian with a borrowed knife. "Demon ancestor, please guide me." Li Wujian stretched out his hand, and his internal force surged. Not far away, dozens of swordsmen suddenly unsheathed their swords and flew towards him. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a steel longsword in his hand, while the other longswords stabbed into the ground one after another. As a top swordsman, Li Wujian knows that having a sword in your heart and a sword in your hand is far inferior to having a fine steel sword in your hand. Since he hasn't practiced Honglian martial arts, he naturally doesn't dare to be careless when dealing with a top powerhouse like Yang Feng. "Lord Demon Ancestor, may I ask if you came from beyond the heavens?" Reverend Lingkong Wu Lingkong took a step. As if he has integrated with the environment, his ethereal eyes are full of curiosity about the world, without a trace of fear towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng flicked a finger, and a fearsome shockwave shot towards Li Wujian and Wu Lingkong. Li Wujian's face fell. His internal force surged, the surrounding leaves fluttered, and he stabbed out with his strongest sword strike. A 30-centimeter long sword ray ejected from the fine steel sword and stabbed into the void. Under the pressure of the demon ancestor, Li Wujian finally made another breakthrough, broke through his limits, and stabbed out with his strongest sword strike. Bang! Along with a crisp sound, the fine steel sword in Li Wujian's hand shattered, and he fell to the ground like a broken rag doll. He spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and his eyes shimmered with despair. Defeated. Even a peerless swordsman like Li Wujian was defeated by him. This demon ancestor isn't human. Too strong. What martial art does the demon ancestor cultivate? How can he be so strong? The demon ancestor isn't human, but a monster that crawled out of hell. Seeing this scene, the martial arts experts felt a chill in their hearts, shivered, and revealed fear in their eyes. The leader of the 10 flowers, Myrtle Flower's beautiful face became incomparably pale, and her delicate body trembled from fear. This was the first time she had seen such a terrifying and despair-inducing expert. How can this person be so powerful? No, how can there be such a strong person? Lord Demon Ancestor, excuse me. Wu Lingkong sighed slightly. As if he blended into the environment, he took a step forward and shot towards Yang Feng, leaving an afterimage in his wake. Yang Feng's gaze fell on the beautiful swordsman of the Myriad Flowers Temple, and he showed a satisfied smile. Not bad, they are really pleasing to the eye. I wonder what their cultivation aptitude is like. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and an air shock wave instantly slammed into Wu Lingkong and blasted him away. He spewed out blood and fell to the ground like a broken rag doll, his face ashen, and he coughed up blood. The martial arts experts watched dumbstruck as the great grandmaster of the Spirit Void Path, one of the 3 holy lands of the martial arts world, was flicked away like a dead dog by Yang Feng. Yang Feng took a step forward and instantly disappeared from the eyes of the martial arts expert. Then, like a ghost, he abruptly appeared in front of Crepe Myrtle and pressed his hand on the head of Crepe Myrtle. This was the first time that Ladrostremia was so frivolous by a man. She wanted to resist, but she was so afraid that she couldn't budge. As if a mouse seeing a cat, she didn't dare to move. Suddenly Yang Feng's eyes lit up and flashed with joy, and he revealed a smile. Superior level 7 soul aptitude. How remarkable! You and I are brought together by fate. From today on, you are one of my disciples. I will teach you a supreme secret method to break through the limits of the human body and set foot on the warlock on the path to immortality. In the world of warlocks, level 5 soul aptitude was already considered excellent, level 6 soul aptitude was considered a genius, and level 7 soul aptitude was considered a genius among geniuses. Geniuses such as Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian originally had superior level 7 soul aptitude. Ladrostremia turned out to have superior level 7 soul aptitude. If this was the Zhangji plane, no matter which warlock group it was, they would fight over her. Being quick-witted, Ladrostremia knelt on the ground and bowed to Yang Feng. Disciple Qinghe. Ladrostremia greets teacher. Young Master Yuema stared at Ladrostremia with jealousy in his eyes. Damn it, why is it her and not me? Why didn't he accept me as a disciple? Yang Feng took out a mid-grade magic stone, crushed it, and touched Ladrostremia's forehead with a finger. Formidable life magic energy poured into Qinghe Ladrostremia, and under his guidance, the secret treasuries inside her opened. Qinghe Ladrostremia's aura broke through to the great Grandmaster realm, and the inner force inside her churned, and she became a great Grandmaster rank powerhouse. A fearsome great Grandmaster rank aura diffused from Qinghe Ladrostremia and suppressed the surroundings. Li Wujian coughed up blood and stared at Qinghe Ladrostremia with shock in his eyes. Great Grandmaster, who is this demon ancestor? What kind of martial art is that? How can it make someone become a great Grandmaster all of a sudden? Li Wujian challenged a great Grandmaster this time because he wanted to use the tremendous pressure in a desperate situation to make a breakthrough in one fell swoop and promote to a great Grandmaster. Qinghe Ladrostremia was originally much weaker than Li Wujian, but now she has become a great Grandmaster rank powerhouse, which is simply heaven-defying. Wu Lingkong coughed up blood, and his eyes shimmered with shock. Great Grandmaster, what an amazing method! In the Great Zhou Empire, great Grandmaster rank powerhouses are already at the pinnacle. Above them, there are only the 7 sacred warriors. Every one of the 7 great martial saints was a mysterious expert, or a powerful imperial preceptor of a nation. They don't step into the martial world lightly. The strongest martial arts experts in the martial world are great grandmasters. Yang Feng swept the palanquin with his gaze and said lightly, Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master, come out. Yes, Lord Demon Ancestor. An extremely pleasant voice came from the palanquin, and a flawless jade hand lifted the pearl curtain. A peerless beauty wearing a silver palace dress, with long hair draped over her shoulders and a perfect figure, like the embodiment of beauty. She had the purity of a young girl and the charm of a mature woman. She was extremely beautiful and had an otherworldly temperament. Any man who saw her would be deeply attracted to her. With a touch of fragrance, she walked out of the palanquin in an elegant and flawless manner. Qinghe Ladrostremia is already a peerless beauty, but compared to the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master, she is like a green leaf set off by a red flower, becoming unremarkable. When she stands next to the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master, all the limelight is taken away by her. Everyone's eyes fall on the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master, not Qinghe Ladrostremia. When the martial arts experts in the surroundings saw the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master, many people couldn't help but inhale a breath of cold air, and admiration appeared in their eyes. Chapter 8:14. Yang Feng glanced at the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master, and his eyes shimmered with admiration. Not bad, her innate quality is outstanding, and she also cultivates top-notch charm techniques. In this world without extraordinary powers, few men can escape her charm. However, compared to the Succubus Empress, she's still far behind. The Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master's charm techniques are already at the pinnacle in this world. Every frown and smile of hers is full of charm and beauty. However, limited by the fact that she doesn't have extraordinary powers, her charm is still far from that of goddesses and succubus empresses. She can't charm Yang Feng at all. Let me see how your aptitude is. Yang Feng smiled and extended his hand towards the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master. Sir Demon Ancestor. The pretty face of the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master trembled slightly, and she revealed a pitiful and endearing expression. She raised her lily-white hand and quietly unleashed 36 transformations, trying to break free from Yang Feng's grasp. Even the most stone-hearted person will soften after seeing the pitiful expression on the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master's face. Yang Feng's face remained unchanged. He pressed his hand on the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master's head, and began to examine her soul aptitude. If it was the Zhangji plane, Yang Feng could easily scan the soul aptitude of ordinary people with a sweep of his soul force. But in this strange world, Yang Feng can only perceive the soul aptitude of others through personal contact. Get your dirty hands off me! Suddenly an angry shout came from not far away, and a handsome young hero roared, unleashed an agility technique, and leapt towards Yang Feng like a big bird. Yang Feng casually waved his hand, and several stones flew out and blasted into the head of the young hero, blasting open several huge bloody holes on the young hero's head. Throwing knives, dark swords, sleeve darts, and other hidden weapons suddenly shot towards Yang Feng from the crowd like raindrops. Yang Feng waved his hand, and a handful of sand and stones entered the crowd. In an instant, as if hit by a cannonball, the crowd was shrouded in blood, and corpses littered the ground. It was a tragic sight. When the martial arts experts saw the hidden weapons experts being insta-killed like ants by Yang Feng, they felt a chill in their hearts, filled with fear, and trembled. Some martial arts experts even trembled so much that they couldn't even hold their weapons steadily. The sound of weapons falling to the ground echoed in the area. When the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master saw Yang Feng's indifferent expression as if he was crushing a group of ants, she felt a chill in her heart, and no longer dared to make any small movements. She let Yang Feng's big hand press down on her body and knead her wantonly. Yang Feng glanced at the temple master with a look, and his eyes flashed with pleasant surprise. Superior level 7 soul aptitude, a rare cultivation genius. This world looks pretty good. There are good seedlings everywhere. Yang Feng said with satisfaction. Very well, what's your name? The Myriad Flower Palace's palace master said with a dignified smile. Demon Ancestor. My name is Chao Mingluo. Yang Feng said with a chuckle. Be my disciple and serve me or die, you choose. By the way, more than 10 million lives have withered at my hands. The Myriad Flower Palace's palace master immediately felt a chill run down her spine. As the temple master of the 7 demonic path sects, more than 100 martial arts experts have died at her hands. She was already a famous monster in the martial arts world. However, Yang Feng killed more than 10 million people. Just thinking about it, the heart of the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master trembled. What he said is true. The temple master was talented and had superior level 7 soul aptitude. She was a genius among geniuses. Besides, she had extraordinary intuition. When she realized that Yang Feng's words weren't false, she felt a chill in her heart. The temple master knelt on the ground, bowed to Yang Feng, and said respectfully, Disciple Chao Mingluo greets teacher. Haha, good disciple. Yang Feng smiled, glanced at the martial arts experts rushing over, and said flatly, Kneel down and join the Myriad Demon's temple as my minions. If you don't join, you can die. An innate swordsman barked. Everyone run. There are so many of us here. Even if he is a martial sage, he can't kill us all. In an instant, hundreds of martial arts experts performed agility techniques and fled in different directions. A bunch of idiots. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with ridicule. He extended his hand and stones flew up from the ground, fell into his hand and then shot out. Like meteors, the stones smashed into the bodies of the hundreds of martial arts masters. Like cannonballs with life, they pierced through the hundreds of martial arts masters one by one. Within a few breaths of time, the hundreds of martial arts experts who chose to escape turned into broken corpses and fell to the ground. What a scary person. This is already something that only legendary god-level powerhouses can achieve. When the remaining martial arts experts saw this scene, they trembled, no longer having the will to resist. Lord Demon Ancestor, your martial arts are matchless, and you have unified the martial world for thousands of years. I am Black Mountain Leopard Jiang City. I am willing to serve you, Ancestor. Lord Demon Ancestor, your martial arts are profound, and you can command the world. No one dares to disobey you. I am Verger Flying Maxiong. I am willing to serve you, Ancestor. The remaining martial arts experts knelt down and shouted. They flattered Yang Feng in a frenzy. Young Master Yuama's face twitched, and he knelt on the ground and sang praises. Yang Feng glanced at Reverend Lingkong and said coldly, Wu Lingkong, submit to me or die? Wu Lingkong coughed up a large amount of blood. Still as graceful as before, he said with a smile, I can't betray my sect. Besides, I've lived long enough. Please give me a quick death, Lord Demon Ancestor. Actually, I quite appreciate you. What a pity. Yang Feng sighed regretfully and flicked a finger, and a grain of sand flew out and entered Wu Lingkong's forehead in an instant. In an instant, Wu Lingkong's aura disappeared. With a smile on his face, he lost his vitality. After killing Wu Lingkong, Yang Feng glanced at Li Wujian and asked flatly, What about you, Li Wujian? Li Wujian hesitated for a while before asking, Lord Demon Ancestor, if I serve you, can I learn more profound martial arts? Yang Feng smiled proudly and uttered full of confidence, Of course. The martial arts you learn are too shallow, so it's impossible for you to live forever. If you learn 10% or 20% of my abilities, living for 1,000 years won't be a problem. 1,000 years of longevity. Can I really live for 1,000 years? When they heard this, the eyes of Crepe Myrtle Young Master Yuama and the Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master lit up, and their hearts beat wildly. In this world, apart from the legendary Transcendent rank powerhouses, even martial sacred rank powerhouses only have a lifespan of about 110 years. 1,000 years of longevity is enough to make countless powerhouses go crazy. There is great terror between life and death. I, Li Wujian, am just an ordinary person after all. Li Wujian let out a long sigh, knelt on the ground, and said with some discomfort, Li Wujian is willing to serve Lord Demon Ancestor. It didn't take long for the news of the Myriad Demons Temple to spread throughout the world. Many martial arts experts gathered in the Myriad Demons Temple, including Lightless Sword Li Wujian, the Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master Qiao Meng Luo, and the head of the Myriad Flowers Temple's 10 Flowers Ladger Streamia Qinghe Ziwei, who have all advanced to the Great Grandmaster rank. Great Grandmaster rank experts are already top experts in the martial arts world. Even the Spirit Void Road, one of the 3 holy lands of the martial arts world, only has 2 Great Grandmaster rank experts. With the 3 Great Grandmasters Li Wujian, Qiao Meng Luo, and Qinghe Ziwei joining forces with countless martial arts experts as their minions, the martial arts world's gangs were annexed by the Myriad Demons Temple, and those who were unwilling to submit were destroyed. The Purple Sun Manor is the residence of the Great Zhou Empire's 36 provinces Wei Province's hero Purple Sun Sword Li Feiyun. But now, it has quietly become the headquarters of the Myriad Demons Temple. When the beautiful swordswoman Qinghe Ziwei, dressed in white, stepped into the rear garden of the Purple Sun Manor, she saw a luxurious litter placed in the rear garden. Sitting in the luxurious litter, Yang Feng is flipping through ancient books. Kneeling beside him are the Myriad Flowers Temple's 10 Flowers Qian Jieyu and the Narcissus Zhang Qian. The Rose Qian Jieyu is a slender woman with an oval face and a slender figure. She is about 21 or 22 years old, the most beautiful age for a woman. She exudes a charming and feminine aura. The Narcissus Zhang Qian has a baby face, twin peaks almost bursting out of her clothes, and a childlike complexion and huge breasts. She is a pure and sexy beauty. At this time, the Rose Qian Jieyu and the Narcissus Zhang Qian are wearing faintly discernible silk gauze clothes. They are beautiful and full of temptation. In front of the luxurious carriage, there were over 20 extremely beautiful and cute little Lolas from the Myriad Flower Palace. They were around the age of 11 or 12, and they were frolicking around, forming a beautiful scene. When she saw this scene, Qinghe Ziwei's eyes flashed with jealousy, and she cursed in her heart, 2 little foxes. The strength of the Rose Qian Jieyu and the Narcissus Zhang Qian is far below that of the Crepe Myrtle Flower Qinghe Ziwei. But as soon as they joined the myriad demons temple, they wholeheartedly won Yang Feng's favor. After being pampered by Yang Feng a few times, they gained fearsome strength and have become great grandmaster rank experts. When Qing Haziwei thought that she worked so hard, yet was easily overtaken by the rose Qian Jieyu and the narcissus Zhang Qian, she felt a little jealous. When the rose Qian Jieyu and the daffodil Zhang Qian saw Qing Haziwei step into the garden, they felt slightly nervous, and tried to curry favor with Yang Feng even more wholeheartedly, hoping that he would focus all his attention on them. Chapter 8:15. Qing Haziwei saluted Yang Feng and handed him a stack of books. Sir Demon Ancestor, the emotionless path has already surrendered to the myriad demons temple. These are the ancient books they collected. The emotionless path was one of the 7 demonic path sects and had a great grandmaster rank expert. However, the myriad flowers temple's 10 flowers were first-class beauties, and their sole aptitude was level 6 or above. Yang Feng used a secret method to promote them to the great grandmaster rank. The emotionless path only had one great grandmaster rank expert. Facing the attacks of more than 10 great grandmasters, it had no chance of winning. Yang Feng took the stack of ancient books and flipped through them. With a glance, he easily understood and absorbed all the information contained in the pages. The computing power of Infinity Warlocks far surpassed that of Shizu level 4 optical computers. The computing power of Earth supercomputers could not compare to that of Infinity Warlocks. Qing Haziwei looked at Yang Feng with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. The longer I get along with him, the more I can feel how powerful and fearsome he is. Could it be that those ancient myths and legends are true? The disciples of the Myriad Flowers Temple were all beautiful women, and they were the closest to Yang Feng. Each of the Myriad Flowers Temple's 10 flowers was Yang Feng's personal maids and concubines. The closer they were to Yang Feng, the more they could feel how unfathomable and fearsome he was. Suddenly, Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he took out a gold page from the emotionless path, scanned it, and uttered unhurriedly, "True Dragon Heaven Suppression Secret Method." Qing Haziwei answered, "The True Dragon Heaven Suppression Secret Method is a legend. The Dragon Emperor cultivated a supreme secret method. According to legend, the Dragon Emperor, the Demon Venerable, and the Heavenly Venerable contended for hegemony. The fierce battle between the 3 god-venerable powerhouses shattered heaven and earth, rolled the seas and shattered the stars. The Dragon Emperor's True Dragon Heaven Suppression Secret Method, the Demon Venerable's Devour Secret Method, and the Heavenly Venerable's Mighty God Split Sky Secret Method are all invincible supreme secret methods." Qian Jieyu reminded him in a roundabout way, however, these 3 divine skills are only legendary. Since ancient times, no one has managed to cultivate these 3 divine skills. Zhang Qian smiled sweetly. "That's right, the people who cultivate these 3 divine arts either explode and die, or become crippled." As time passed, no one cultivated these 3 divine arts anymore. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "Of course not. These 3 secret methods are indeed tyrannical secret methods, with the weakest being Warlock Monarch rank secret methods. It was easy to imagine how much resources this secret technique required. In this world there isn't even a single magical stone. It's no different from a fool's dream to cultivate such a secret technique. Moreover, the people who spread these secret methods don't have good intentions. If someone is able to cultivate these secret methods to the level 1 Warlock realm, that is, the Xiantian realm, then their soul will be shattered and their soul force will become the nourishment of the terrifying existence who passed down these 3 great secret methods. Yang Feng is from the Battle Demon sect and has collected countless secret methods, including several Empyrean grade secret methods. The 3 great secret methods are Warlock Monarch rank secret methods. For Qing Haziwei and the others, these secret methods are as incomprehensible as a heavenly book. Yet, he saw through the essence of the 3 secret methods at a glance. Warlock Monarch, what's that? Sure enough, he's not from our world. Is he an outsider? Doubts welled up in the hearts of Qing Haziwei and the other 2 beauties. But they wisely pretended not to hear what Yang Feng said just now, and didn't ask any questions. Yang Feng has no intention of concealing his strength. in this small world except for the Dragon Emperor, the Demon Venerable, and the Heavenly Venerable whose strength is unknown, whether they are still alive or not. Even if the people of this world come together to deal with him, they won't be able to harm him. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, the Great Zhou Empire enshrines the Heavenly Venerable, the Golden Canopy Imperial Court enshrines the Demon Venerable, and the Sea Dragon Empire enshrines the Dragon Emperor. It seems that these three empires are their tentacles that control this world. Interesting, let me cut off their tentacles and see how they react. Yang Feng uttered. Pass down my order. The myriad demons temple's forces are going to attack the Great Zhou Empire. Ziwei, go and organize an army of around 1,000 people. Jiyu Qian come with me to subdue the Wei province's army. Ziwei and the other two responded respectfully. Yes, Lord Demon Ancestor. The Wei province's army camp. Suddenly, a patrolling soldier pointed outside and asked curiously, "What's that?" Gazes looked into the distance and saw 16 beautiful swordsmen dressed in white carrying a luxurious gold litter coming this way. There are 3 people sitting on the gold litter. They are Yang Feng, Qian Jieyu and Zhang Qian. Lord Demon Ancestor, your divine power is unparalleled. No one dares to disobey your commands. Lord Demon Ancestor, you are accomplished in both literature and martial arts. You will rule the world for thousands of years. The 30 or so Black Moon Guards beat the gongs and beat the drums, flattering the palace of 10,000 demons, while the 200 martial arts experts who had been subdued by the palace of 10,000 demons followed behind them like a mob. If these martial arts experts fought one-on-one, each one of them could kill more than 5 soldiers. However, if 200 elite soldiers joined forces, they could completely kill those martial arts masters as easily as killing chickens. I am the Myriad Demons Temple's demon ancestor. Today, I came to subdue the Wei province's army. Those who obey me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. Quickly come out and surrender to the old ancestor. Sitting on the gold litter, Yang Feng's voice was flat, and he flicked his finger, and a stone shot out like a railgun in the blink of an eye, slammed into the entrance of the Wei province's barracks, and blasted the entrance to the Wei province's barracks to pieces. So strong. So strong. He's not human. How can a human do this? What a monster. The demon ancestor is a terrible monster. According to legend, even great grandmaster rank experts can't resist a casual blow from him. Seems that this is true. When the Myriad Demons Temple's experts saw this scene, their hearts filled with shock. These experts who have just joined the Myriad Demons Temple have never seen Yang Feng take action. Now that they saw Yang Feng take action, they lost all hope. Under attack, the Wei province's army camp descended into chaos at once. Sitting calmly on the luxurious litter, Yang Feng has no intention of taking this opportunity to attack the Wei province's army. Not long after, an army of about 20,000 soldiers surged out from the camp. You're the demon ancestor who's playing tricks? To dare behave atrociously in my Wei province's army, what gall! You're really tired of living. Surrounded by dozens of generals, a burly general wearing a radiant armor, riding a black horse, exuding an overbearing aura, pointed at Yang Feng with a halberd in hand and barked. Yang Feng flicked a finger, and a stone slammed into the general's head like a meteor and smashed his head. Then, as if it has a life of its own, the stone spun towards the other generals and smashed their heads one by one before finally landing in front of the last general. The general screamed and fell from his horse. With a look of horror on his face, he looked at the corpses around him and retched. Qian Jieyu looked at the general sympathetically, her heart filled with shock. So strong. This demon ancestor is so strong that it makes people despair. Even a great grandmaster rank expert would die of exhaustion when faced with the siege of a powerful army if he didn't escape. But Yang Feng, sitting in the litter with Qian Jieyu in one hand, killed dozens of generals with a flick of his finger. This is simply appalling. Yang Feng glanced at the general and uttered flatly, "Surrender or die." Frightened out of his wits, the general knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. I, Lu Sandao, am willing to surrender and serve the ancestor. A burly man glanced at Lu Sandao contemptuously and barked, "Lu Sandao, you coward! Brothers, come with me to avenge the marshal." Kill! Avenge the marshal! A cavalryman exuding a valiant, iron-blooded aura galloped out of the army and charged towards Yang Feng with ferocious killing intent. Cavalrymen. It's the Wei province's black cavalrymen. When the martial arts experts saw the 2,000 cavalrymen, their faces changed dramatically, and fear shimmered in their eyes. Cavalrymen were the nemesis of martial arts experts. Once besieged by the 2,000 cavalrymen, the martial arts experts would be easily trampled into meat paste. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a stone strangely shot into the midst of the 2,000 cavalrymen and raised a mist of blood. Virtually in a breath of time, the 2,000 cavalrymen were strangely run through by the stone and turned into corpses that fell to the ground. No one survived. Ding! 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 When the soldiers of the Wei province's army saw the 2,000 cavalrymen crushed like ants, their faces turned pale, their bodies trembled, and the weapons in their hands fell to the ground. I surrender. I surrender. When the Wei province's army surrendered, the entire Wei province fell into Yang Feng's hands. As soon as Yang Feng took control of the Wei province, he announced to the world that he ascended the throne and proclaimed himself an emperor. The Great Chu Empire was born. Many officials of the Wei province and countless martial arts experts of the Temple of Myriad Demons directly became officials of the Great Chu Empire. The world was shocked. The Great Zhou Empire immediately dispatched 100,000 troops and had the famous General Red Tiger, Hu Yanhao, command the 100,000 troops to attack the Wei province. Qi province, the Great Zhou Empire, in the camp of the rebel subjugation army, gathered Hu Yanhao and many generals. Hu Yanhao looked around and asked solemnly, "Who is this demon ancestor? Who knows where he came from?" Before Yang Feng proclaimed himself an emperor, no one in the Great Zhou Empire paid much attention to him. After all, the Great Zhou Empire's officials didn't care about him at all. Chapter 8:16. Legend has it that the demon ancestor descended to our world, along with a meteor from the summit of the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain. He is a guest from beyond the heavens, and his cultivation base is world-shaking. He subdued all the martial arts experts in the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain. The great Grandmaster Reverend Lingkong was slain by him. The lightless sword Li Wujian and the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master submitted to him. They were taken in as minions, and he established the Myriad Demons Temple. Using the Myriad Demons Temple as his foundation, the demon ancestor went on expeditions and collected scum from the Jianghu for his own use. Not long ago, his ambitions were exposed. He killed the Wei province's generals, forced the Wei province's army to surrender, and then proclaimed himself an emperor in the Wei province. A civil official said slowly. A general showed a look of ridicule. What an idiot! The Wei province is just an inner province of the Great Zhou Empire's 36 provinces. It has a sparse population and poor resources. The Wei province's army is the weakest army of the Great Zhou Empire. He raised an army in the Wei province and contended against the Great Zhou Empire's 36 provinces. He's overestimating his capabilities. What a fool! Many of the generals also showed a hint of agreement. From a strategic point of view, occupying the Wei province and proclaiming himself an emperor is the stupidest strategy. Moreover, once Yang Feng proclaims himself an emperor, the Great Zhou Empire will destroy him at all costs. A dignified look flashed in the eyes of a general, and he said solemnly, "However, it is said that the demon ancestor killed 2,000 elite cavalrymen of the Wei province's army by himself, which was how he subdued the Wei province's army of 20,000 in one fell swoop. Such a powerhouse is not easy to deal with." A general sneered. To say that a stone killed 2,000 cavalrymen is an exaggeration. Don't we know what kind of trash the Wei province's army is? Most likely, after the demon ancestor killed more than 100 cavalrymen, those cowards lost their courage and collapsed. When he said this, the generals in the tent nodded in agreement. They have all heard of powerhouses who can fight 100 enemies by themselves. Martial arts experts who have cultivated to the great Grandmaster realm indeed, have the strength to fight 100 enemies by themselves. Hu Yanhao's eyes shimmered with a cold ray, and he said solemnly, "I specially asked His Majesty to issue a decree to mobilize the border army's 20,000 Black Tiger Corps. Even if he's a martial saint, we can still kill him with our lives. A stocky general's eyes lit up and he said with an excited smile, "Since the Black Tiger Army is here, then that demon ancestor is dead for sure." The Black Tiger Army was the most elite cavalry unit in the Great Zhou Empire's border army. They had been fighting against the elite cavalries of the Golden Tribe Royal Court at the border all year round. They were a group of iron-blooded elites who were not afraid of death. Once the casualty rate of an ordinary cavalry unit reached 10%, there was a possibility that it would collapse. As for the Black Tiger Army, even if the casualty rate was as high as 60%, they could still maintain an extremely terrifying morale. This was the biggest difference between elite cavalry and ordinary cavalry. As long as the commander-in-chief gave the order, the Black Tiger Army would jump in without hesitation even if it was a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames. Only this kind of elite, iron-blooded army could use human lives to grind a martial sage to death. A general smiled excitedly and said, "Once the Black Tiger Army arrives, those clowns will definitely die." Another general said worriedly, "Once the Black Tiger Army arrives, those clowns will naturally be unable to withstand a single blow. But the demon ancestor is very powerful. If he personally assassinates us, how can we guard against it? There are several great Grandmaster experts in the Temple of Demons. They might not be able to fight head-on, but they are first-class experts in assassination. A general with excellent military skills could surround and kill a great Grandmaster expert with a few thousand soldiers. However, martial Grandmaster-level experts could easily take the head of a general at night if they practiced the assassin's path a little." Hu Yanhao smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry. Everyone please take a look. Who is this?" A middle-aged man with short hair, a burly figure, and a thick saber on his back slowly stepped into the tent. His entire body was filled with a domineering aura, and his appearance was handsome. He was like an unsheathed divine saber that was incomparably sharp. "Lord Saber Saint. It's Lord Saber Saint. Greetings, Lord Saber Saint." When all the generals saw the middle-aged man, their eyes flashed with awe. They stood up one after another and bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was the pinnacle of martial arts experts in this world, Saber Saint Ding Tong, one of the 7 martial saints. When the Saber Saint Ding Tong was traveling on the grassland, he encountered 1,000 Golden Wolf cavalrymen, the most elite guards of the Khan of the Golden Tribe Royal Court, who were killing and looting at will. He drew his saber in anger and single-handedly beheaded the 1,000 Golden Wolf cavalrymen. This inhuman and terrifying battle record established the Saber Saint's supreme prestige. The military worshipped the strong. Saber Saint Ding Tong became the idol of the Great Zhou Empire's border troops after he single-handedly beheaded 1,000 Golden Wolf cavalrymen armed to the teeth. Ding Tong strode proudly to Hu Yanhao's side and sat down. He said with a confident smile, "Everyone, don't worry. If the demon ancestor dares to come to the camp to assassinate us, I will definitely cut him down with my saber. With Lord Saber Saint here, if the demon ancestor dares to come, he will absolutely not be able to return. With Lord Saber Saint here, we can sleep peacefully." Countless praises filled the tent, and all the generals were brimming with confidence. "The Great Zhou Empire's emperor, the demon ancestor, has arrived. You rebels, hurry up and get out. Surrender to the emperor of the Great Zhou Empire." Suddenly a loud and clear voice reverberated in the tent, clearly appearing in everyone's ears. It was as if the voice was speaking in everyone's ears, incomparably clear. Ding Tong's eyes flashed with a dignified look, and he slowly said, "What a profound internal force. This is a martial arts expert at the Great Grandmaster level. It seems that the demon ancestor's methods are extraordinary. He was able to subdue such an expert in such a short period of time." Hu Yanhao sneered and said, "Let's go. Let's go and see what the demon ancestor is capable of." Under Hu Yanhao's command, the 100,000 troops walked out of the camp in an orderly manner and formed a formation outside the camp. Spears fell like rain and swords fell like a forest. The 100,000 troops of the Great Zhou Empire were clearly divided and disciplined, giving off the demeanor of an iron army. On the other side, on the Great Zhou Empire's side, 16 beautiful girls in white are carrying a luxurious litter. On the litter, Yang Feng is embracing the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master Chao Mengluo, and the head of the Myriad Flowers Temple's 10 Flowers Lagerstremia Qinghe Ziwei. Behind Yang Feng, there are 3,000 mounted cavalrymen. The origin of the 3,000 mounted cavalrymen is complicated. There are 500 cavalrymen who are soldiers of the Wei Province's army, while the remaining 2,500 are martial arts experts who can ride horses but aren't proficient in horsemanship. In front of the luxurious litter, there are 2 people standing. One is lightless swordly Wujian, the other is young Master Yuema. Young Master Yuema is quick-witted and efficient. Since Yang Feng is skilled in using him, he helped him advance to a great Grandmaster realm expert. A bunch of mobs. Hu Yanhao led the generals to look at the Great Chu Empire's army from afar with a look of contempt in their eyes. When the other generals saw the 3,000 rabble, they all sneered, and their eyes were filled with contempt. As long as the generals take 500 people with them, they would dare to charge at the 3,000 mounted infantry and defeat them in one fell swoop. Commander-in-Chief, I only need 3,000 Black Tiger troops to kill them. Please let me be the vanguard. Commander-in-Chief, I only need 1,000 Black Tiger troops to detect them. If I let even one of them escape, I'll behead you. Let me be the vanguard. The eyes of the generals of the Black Tiger troops shone with excitement, and they shouted and patted their chests to guarantee their promises. Yang Feng's Great Chu Empire is an enemy state. For a general, the greatest achievement in destroying a state can allow them to rise to the top in a single bound, be conferred the title of aristocrat, and enjoy endless glory, splendor, and wealth. There was a flash of pity in Chao Mengluo's eyes, and she smiled lightly. A bunch of idiots, you don't understand what a terrifying monster you're facing. Yang Feng also smiled and quietly watched the generals of the Black Tiger troops scramble for the vanguard position. Hu Yanhao's eyes shimmered coldly, and he barked, Hua Muxiong. A burly man with many scars on his body and a valiant aura exuding from his body urged his horse forward and said, Your subordinate is here. Hu Yanhao pointed at Yang Feng and company with his sword and ordered coldly, Take 10,000 Black Tiger troops and annihilate them. Hua Muxiong glanced at Yang Feng and company, showed a ferocious and excited smile, and said rudely, Yes, Commander-in-Chief. I guarantee that I'll cut them all to pieces. If even one of them escapes, Commander-in-Chief, take my head and kick it like a ball. Brothers, charge with me. With a roar, Hua Muxiong urged his horse forward and led the 10,000 iron-blood cavalrymen, who have gone through countless battles, to charge at Yang Feng and company. The earth trembled as the 10,000 horses galloped forward. The 10,000 Black Tiger troops wore armor, held lances, had ferocious expressions, and exuded bloodthirsty smiles. They looked like ferocious beasts in human form. When the 3,000 cavalrymen on the Great Chu Empire's side saw the charge of the Black Tiger troops, their countenances changed dramatically. Except for the 500 Wei Province's cavalrymen who have seen the terror of Yang Feng, most of the martial arts experts who haven't seen Yang Feng's power changed their countenances greatly, and they urged their horses to retreat slowly. Dozens of the Great Chu Empire's cavalrymen even turned around and retreated. What elite cavalrymen, but unfortunately the enemy is me. Yang Feng looked at the ferocious 10,000-strong Black Tiger troops, smiled faintly, and flicked his finger, and 10 stones suddenly shot out and shot into the midst of the 10,000-strong Black Tiger troops like meteors. Chapter 8:17. Ever since Yang Feng started his campaign against the Great Zhou Empire, the temper of the Great Zhou Empire's Emperor Wu Shanming has become irritable. He has already executed 4 eunuchs for trivial matters, giving people a taste of what it feels like to be in the company of a tiger. In less than 10 days, 20 provinces have been captured by Yang Feng's army, and are heading straight for the Great Zhou Empire's capital, Heaven Luo City. The void assassin walking in the void suddenly appeared. Its engine roared, and it flew into the distance. A trifling golem dares to make fun of me, go to hell. The 10 stones stained with the blood of the Black Tiger troops suddenly turned and slammed into the heads of dozens of fleeing cavalrymen of the Great Chu Empire, killing them in an instant. Sword Saint Ding Tong died just like that? What's this? Who else in this world can stop this monster? Wu Shanming stepped into the passage. He killed 50,000 elite troops in an instant. Is he still human? Yang Feng personally led the army and crushed the rebels along the way. As a result, the number of troops grew like a rolling snowball. There was silence on the battlefield, and everyone's eyes flickered with incredulity. Too powerful. As long as His Majesty is here, we are invincible. Wu Shanming knelt on the cold golden ground, kowtowed 9 times, and said respectfully, "Great Heavenly Venerable, the 10th Emperor of the Great Zhou Empire, Wu Shanming requests an audience." The stone statue flickered slightly and shot out rays of yellow light, forming a strange passage in the void. "All of you stand down." 1. Even the 10,000 invincible Black Tiger troops revealed a look of fear in their eyes. The Black Tiger troops aren't afraid of sacrifice, but they aren't willing to throw away their lives meaninglessly. Xiao Menglua's beautiful eyes shimmered with a complicated look, and she sighed softly. Sword Saint Ding Tong died a worthless death. Wu Shanming took out a jade box and opened it, revealing a stone statue. He hesitated for a while, then gritted his teeth, cut his finger, and dripped drops of blood into the stone statue. Li Wujian's eyes bloomed with a strange brilliance as he praised, "Amazing." As expected of the Sword Saint, he had already entered the supreme realm of man being man, saber being saber, man and saber as one. How amazing! I'm afraid I won't be able to block his saber. Yes, Your Majesty. Young Master Yuema and Li Wujian bowed respectfully to Yang Feng, and then took the 3,000 cavalrymen of the Great Chu Empire to rush towards the 40,000 elite soldiers of the Great Zhou Empire kneeling on the ground. Full of excitement, the 3,000 martial arts experts recruited by the Great Chu Empire looked at Yang Feng as if they were looking at an invincible god. So strong! Wherever the army passed, one province after another was easily captured by Yang Feng. The Sword Saint Ding Tong entered a mysterious realm, and his aura grew stronger with every step he took. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the deepest part of the temple, and a 100-meter-long finger suddenly appeared in the void and pressed down on a Void Assassin. The Void Assassin's energy shield was smashed, and the Void Assassin was crushed. Along with a crisp sound, the god weapon Transcendent Blade on the Sword Saint Ding Tong's back suddenly unsheathed and fell into the Sword Saint Ding Tong's hand. As if man and blade have become one, they have become a peerless blade. He died before he could make a move. The surrounding eunuchs responded respectfully and retreated. Terrifying, that's really terrifying. How can there be such a person? Clang! A cold voice came from the gold idol. You know my rules. Did the demon venerable or the dragon emperor take action? Wu Shanming replied respectfully, no, it was a visitor from beyond the heavens who calls himself the demon ancestor. As soon as he took action, he insta-killed my 100,000 troops. Within a few breaths of time, the 50,000 elite troops turned into corpses. Hu Yanhao couldn't believe his eyes. The commander-in-chief of the army, Hu Yanhao, knelt on the ground, raised his hands high, looked around with fear in his eyes, and muttered with a distressed expression, "Dead, they're all dead." 2. After a few breaths of time, the Great Zhou Empire's elite troops dropped from 90,000 to 40,000. 50,000 elite troops along with dozens of generals were insta-killed. A few days later, the commander-in-chief of the Great Zhou Empire, Hu Yanhao, along with a dozen generals, surrendered to Yang Feng. The eunuchs standing aside lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. Tianluo City, the royal palace in a study, the Great Zhou Empire's Emperor Wu Shanming looked at the memorials with an ashen face and gritted his teeth, saying, "Damn demon ancestor, damn beast. I will exterminate your 10 clans. I'm also a little tired of it. I'll count to 3. After 3, if the Great Zhou Empire is still standing and holding a weapon, then all of you can go to hell. Those who throw away their weapons, kneel on the ground, and raise their hands will live. They're just ants." Within a few breaths of time, the 10,000 Black Tiger troops were wiped out. Trembling, the martial arts experts subdued by the myriad demons temple looked at the indifferent Yang Feng sitting on the luxurious litter, full of excitement, as if they saw an invincible god. Stones shot out of the luxurious litter Yang Feng was sitting in and sank into the midst of the elite troops of the Great Zhou Empire. In an instant a mist of blood splattered. Beside Hu Yanhao, more than a dozen ferocious generals were kneeling on the ground. Their bodies were covered in the blood of their comrades, and their bodies were trembling. As if they fell into an ice cave, the faces of the generals of the Great Zhou Empire turned ashen as they stared at the corpse of the sword Saint Ding Tong, a chill filling their hearts. The dozen fierce generals looked at the hell-like scene and murmured. Xiao Mengluo looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic gleam in her beautiful eyes. He killed 10,000 cavalrymen with a wave of his hand and still has it easy. How terrifyingly powerful. Can humans be this powerful? The 40,000 elite troops of the Great Zhou Empire were reorganized. Among them, Yang Feng let Hu Yanhao and the other surrendered generals command 20,000 elite troops, and they continued to attack the Great Zhou Empire. Hu Yanhao's gaze fell on the sword Saint Ding Tong, and he uttered respectfully, "Sir Sword Saint, please take action and kill that monster." Yang Feng's flat voice reverberated in the ears of the 90,000 elite troops of the Great Zhou Empire. Like the whisper of a fiend, the eyes of the 90,000 elite troops shimmered with fear and despair. After the defeat of Hu Yanhao's 100,000 elite troops, the Great Zhou Empire mobilized troops to encircle and suppress Yang Feng. A dignified look in his eyes, the sword Saint Ding Tong took a deep breath, walked towards Yang Feng, and said in a loud voice, "Demon Ancestor, the Great Zhou Empire's Ding Tong will fight you." When Yang Feng counted to 2, a large number of the Great Zhou Empire's elite troops dropped their weapons, knelt on the ground and raised their hands high. Yang Feng smiled faintly and flicked a finger, and a stone disappeared from his hand in an instant. Wu Shanming hesitated for a moment, and then barked. When the remaining 90,000 elite troops of the Great Zhou Empire saw this scene, they trembled, and a hair-raising chill welled up inside them. Hu Yanhao's expression is very unsightly. He looked around and the generals moved their heads away, not daring to look him in the eye. All of a sudden, the huge gold idol uttered a cry of surprise, then suddenly moved and extended its hand towards the void. A faint voice came from the huge gold idol. "Interesting. In this world, to insta-kill an army of 100,000 troops with a single move, interesting. This required an extremely precise control over one's power. That fellow must be a glorious dawn warlock or above existence. If it's a body-tempering warlock, it can be extended to the moonlight warlock realm." Li Wujian is at a loss, unable to believe his eyes. Although he also believes that Yang Feng is far stronger than the sword Saint Ding Tong. However, the sword Saint Ding Tong can't even block Yang Feng's stone, which is far beyond Li Wujian's imagination. 3. The golden god statue grabbed nothing but air. In an instant, the head of the sword Saint Ding Tong exploded like that of an ordinary black tiger soldier, and a copious amount of blood scattered on the ground. Yang Feng glared at the 10,000 black tiger warhorses, as if they had encountered a dragon or a natural predator. The 10,000 black tiger warhorses were terrified. They obediently ran to the side of the Great Chu Empire's 3,000 cavalrymen, and formed a huge herd. The teeth of many veterans who have experienced countless wars trembled, and their eyes filled with fear. How can there be such a person? How can the demon ancestor be so powerful? Dead, the sword Saint Ding Tong died just like that? Is he still a human? When young Master Yuema saw this scene, he was both excited, fearful and glad. No matter how many times I see it, this method is too heaven-defying. A blood-colored mist instantly enveloped the 10,000 black tiger soldiers. The heads of the 10,000 black tiger soldiers exploded one by one, and they fell from their warhorses. "Yes, your majesty. So strong, this is the demon ancestor. His Majesty the Emperor." All eyes were focused on sword Saint Ding Tong, and they were filled with anticipation. Yang Feng said flatly, Li Wujian, take people to clean up the battlefield." "Dead, they're all dead." With a flash of light, a huge temple made of gold appeared in front of Wu Shanming. There was a 100-meter-tall statue of a deity inscribed with countless mysterious runes in the huge temple. Young Master Yuema's inner force surged, and he said loudly, "Hu Yanhao, you've seen the ancestor's divine art. Surrender quickly. Do you want the ancestor to kill you all?" Chapter 8:18. In Yang Feng's eyes, a mortal state like the Great Zhou Empire is just an ant-like existence that can be wiped out at any time. Only the terrifying powerhouses hidden behind the Great Zhou Empire are Yang Feng's greatest enemies. Suddenly, a dozen or so young men and women dressed in silks and satins rushed out and galloped madly on the street. They were either rich or noble young men and women. What amazing horsemanship! The young Marquis's horsemanship has improved a lot. When the three beautiful girls Huang Juhua, Clivia, and Tulip saw Yang Feng like this, their beautiful eyes revealed a look of fascination. It is this man in front of them who captured 20 provinces in 10 days and killed more than 400,000 troops. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Great Chu Empire's replacement of the Great Zhou Empire is just around the corner. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered with a smile, "Yes, I'm also very curious. How can a mere human warlock live so long?" Hundreds of martial arts experts of the Black Guard unleashed their agility techniques and rushed this way. "How dare you, lowly commoner? How dare you block my way? Die!" The dozen-plus young men and women dressed in silks and satins are clearly the children of bigwigs. They have a lofty status in the Great Zhou Empire. If ordinary people are killed by their horses, they will only have to pay a little money at most. If a Holy Spirit warlock rank existence occupies this world, Yang Feng can only disband the Great Chu Empire and find a way to hide. After probing, he found out that the Heavenly Venerable only has Infinity Warlock rank strength, which made him feel a little relieved. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared at the other end of the warp gate, in a luxurious residence in the Heaven Luo city. In this world, the laws of heaven and earth are completely different from those of the Cangji plane, and life magic energy is scarce. Some earth-shaking spells that Infinity Warlocks can use in the Cangji plane cannot be cast here. Disappointment flashed in Clivia's eyes. The firework released by the expert from 6th Fan School was of the highest level. The city guard system was alerted and the army quickly gathered there. The black-haired, slender and beautiful girl Kuai Lan, who exuded a pure aura, casually draped a layer of white gauze over her shoulders. She smiled sweetly and said, "Your Majesty, where are you going?" When the experts from the Great Zhou Empire's 6 doors saw the fireworks, they immediately used their qinggong and rushed over. Yang Feng's Great Chu Empire has already shown the power to sweep the world. Countless greater aristocrats in the Tianluo city have been in cahoots with Yang Feng's Great Chu Empire. At the same time, the myriad flower palace had been operating in Heaven Luo city for many years and had countless strongholds. This luxurious mansion was one of the strongholds of the 10,000 flower palace. Yang Feng uttered lightly, "I am the demon ancestor, the emperor of the Great Chu Empire." In this world, human warlocks could only utilize the tyrannical extraordinary power of their fleshly bodies. The power of the physical body was also a common power in many planes. Even if the essence of the world was sealed, the power of the physical body could not be sealed. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. The Heavenly Venerable possesses Infinity Warlock rank strength, so the Demon Venerable and the Dragon Emperor are at most in the Infinity Warlock rank. In this world, there shouldn't be any means to threaten my life. For an Heavenly Venerable to live for hundreds of thousands of years is simply shocking. A constable stepped forward and stared at Yang Feng with apprehension in his eyes, saying, "Brother, this is the son of the mighty Marquis of the Great Zhou Empire. You have already killed the son of the champion Marquis. If you kill him as well, there will be no place for you in this world." An invincible hero like Yang Feng, who single-handedly destroyed a state, naturally attracted the admiration of countless beautiful women. The Imperial Palace. The place where the Heavenly Venerable is the Imperial Palace. All of a sudden Yang Feng's eyes flashed with surprise, and he took a step forward. As if a ghost, he appeared in front of the most arrogant and despotic young man and grabbed him. Yang Feng pinched Kaffir Lily's face and uttered with a smile, "Unfortunately, no matter how much you beg me, I can't take you there. The fight between me and the Heavenly Venerable is too dangerous. Even I can't split my attention to protect you in the middle of the fight." A handsome young man dressed in green clothes, but with a fierce expression on his face, glanced at Yang Feng with a fierce gleam in his eyes, and he pulled the reins and the horse under him stood up and stomped heavily on Yang Feng's chest. Another nobleman blew a flute, and the dozens of 6 fan school experts who were on standby not far away immediately used their qinggong to fly over. For human warlocks, the lifespan of 100,000 years is a huge threshold. Many human infinity warlocks only have a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. Compared to gods, kindred, and other long-lived species, they are far behind. Even human long-lived bloodline warlocks, unless they have completely purified their bloodline and reverted to their ancestral roots, it is still difficult for them to break through the 100,000-year lifespan limit. In the rear garden of a luxurious villa, Yang Feng sat in a luxurious litter surrounded by the 3 famous flowers of the myriad flowers temple: the chrysanthemum, the clivia, and the tulip. He looked very happy. In this world 1,000 years will pass, but on the Zhangji plain only 1 year will pass. However, if you stay in this world for 1,000 years, your lifespan will be weakened by 1,000 years, no different from that on the Zhangji plain. A young man said with a ferocious smile, "Loli, do you see that? So many experts had already rushed over. Why don't you quickly kneel down and repent of your sins? In this way you may still have a chance to live." Yang Feng attacked the Great Zhou Empire in order to force out the heavenly venerable hiding in the depths of the Great Zhou Empire, and then use his battle robots to probe the other party's strength. As expected of the champion Marquis Manners Jr. Marquis, his equestrian skills are far beyond our level. The complexion of the ordinary people on the street changed dramatically, and they fled in all directions. No one dared to block in front of the young men and women. Suddenly, a stream of information flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he raised the corners of his mouth and revealed a smile in his eyes. He finally revealed his true colors. This strength should be that of an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. Heavenly Venerable. It's an expert. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Tianluo City. The Heavenly Venerable is hiding in Tianluo City. I'll go meet him. Heavenly Venerable, Demon Ancestor. I'm curious to know who is stronger." Due to the relatively low energy level of the universe, although Warlock Monarch, Holy Spirit Warlock, and Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses possess earth-shattering strength, but their lifespans can't even compare to that of some Infinity Warlocks. Scram. Lowly scram. Otherwise he would die. Ha ha ha. When the 6 Doors Gate expert with Pinnacle Innate Realm Cultivation base saw the death of the champion Marquis, his complexion changed dramatically, and he raised his hand and fireworks soared into the sky. When the commander of the Black Guard, a department of the Great Zhou Empire that specializes in dealing with martial arts experts, saw the fireworks in the sky, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he revealed a cruel and sinister smile. A young aristocrat with a pale face roared fiercely, "You lowly commoner, how dare you kill people in the Imperial City? You're finished, you're dead. He's the only son of the champion Marquis. You dare to kill him, you're dead." There are martial arts experts stirring up trouble, and they're experts above the Grandmaster rank. "Brothers, come with me." An enigmatic gleam flashed in Clivia's beautiful eyes, and she uttered with a sweet smile, "Your Majesty, I'm really looking forward to the fight between you and the Heavenly Venerable." Huang Juhua, Clivia, and Tulip were taken aback, and their beautiful eyes shimmered with incredulity. Behind the young aristocrat in green, the rest of the aristocrat youngsters watched this cruel scene with smiles on their faces and cruel pleasure in their eyes. Yang Feng smiled, turned around and went to a secret room in the depths of the villa, where no one was allowed to enter, and pushed open a warp gate. Yang Feng struggled slightly and broke free from the leg of chalk. His tiger-like eyes suddenly radiated brilliant light, and his temperament suddenly changed. From a lazy hedonistic son of a rich family, he became an overbearing overlord that suppressed the world. Just as the horse was about to trample on Yang Feng's chest, a stone like a stream of light ran through the horse and blasted a huge hole in the body of the champion Marquis Jr. Marquis along with the horse, turning them into 2 corpses that fell to the ground. Yang Feng looked strangely at the arrogant and despotic young aristocrat in his hand and said with a smile, "Inferior level 8 soul aptitude. This guy is a freakish genius." Yang Feng took a deep look in the direction of the imperial palace, the corners of his mouth rose into a smile, and he strode towards the imperial palace. The Bluestone Street was where the poor people of the Tianluo city lived. Aristocrat youngsters liked to gallop here and startle the passers-by. On the Bluestone Street, no matter what happened, even if a few people were killed, their families could take care of them in minutes. For human warlocks, 10,000 years was a huge hurdle. Unless it was a human warlock with a long-lived bloodline. For orthodox warlocks, if they couldn't practice cultivation to the Moonlight Warlock rank, then it was very rare for them to live for thousands of years. Huang Juhua, who had an oval face and a fiery and sexy figure, was a mixture of the boorishness of the prairie beauties and the charm of the Central Plains beauties. She cried out involuntarily, "Celestial Venerable, isn't that a character from myths and legends? Could it be that he really exists? However, even if he is real, it has been hundreds of thousands of years since the mythological era. How could he still be alive?" Chapter 819. The Demon Ancestor. His Majesty the Great Chu Empire's Emperor. The Demon Ancestor. The Demon Ancestor who insta-killed a 100,000-strong army. The Demon Ancestor. Is it the Demon Ancestor who captured 20 provinces in 10 days and destroyed a state by himself? When the originally insufferably arrogant aristocratic children heard Yang Feng's name, they trembled, their teeth chattered, and their eyes filled with fear. The Demon Ancestor. He's the Demon Ancestor. It's the Demon Ancestor. When the constables of the 6 doors heard Yang Feng's name, their countenance changed dramatically, and they took more than 20 steps back. The Demon Ancestor was an invincible existence who wiped out a 100,000-strong army by himself, destroyed a state by himself, and captured 20 provinces in 10 days. Everyone present was well informed. They knew that it was not a rumor that the Demon Ancestor wiped out a 100,000-strong army by himself, but a fact. Such a terrifying existence wasn't something that humans could contend against. The aristocratic youngster in Yang Feng's grasp trembled and shouted, "Sir Demon Ancestor, I am willing to serve you. Please spare my life, Sir Demon Ancestor." There are Bolu and then there are horses. Horses are common, but Bolu is rare. With this kind of temperament, even if 1 or 2 are cultivated, I'm afraid that in the future, they will only deceive their masters and destroy their ancestors. Besides, there are so many geniuses in this world. It doesn't matter if 1 or 2 die. Yang Feng sighed slightly and pointed with a finger on the forehead of the aristocratic youngster. The youngster's body suddenly exploded, and a copious amount of blood spilled on the ground. When the aristocratic youngsters saw this scene, they trembled, and their eyes filled with fear. Yang Feng swept the experts of the 6 doors and the countless soldiers surrounding him with a glance, and then said with a smile, "I'm going to break into the imperial palace. Aren't you going to stop me?" The 6 doors chief constable suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, trembled, and his eyes shimmered with fear, yet he didn't dare to step forward. The experts of the 6 doors were silent, and they didn't dare to step forward. Many of them even quietly retreated. If someone had told them before that they wanted to break into the imperial palace by themselves, they would have thought that the person was a madman. However, if a living legend like the ancestral demon wanted to break through the palace, it was still unknown how long the palace could last. Yang Feng smiled and strode towards the imperial palace. The experts of the 6 doors who were originally surrounding Yang Feng used their agility techniques to retreat to the side, not daring to block Yang Feng. What's going on? As soon as the commander of the blackguard led the hundreds of blackguard experts to the vicinity, he saw the strange scene. He was slightly shocked in his heart, and a trace of a bad premonition surged in his heart. The blackguard commander used secret sound transmission and asked the chief constable of the 6 doors gate, "Mu Baifeng, what happened? Who is that person?" Mu Baifeng transmitted, "That person claims to be the Demon Ancestor, the emperor of the fake Chu Empire. We're going to attack the palace now." The commander of the blackguard was shocked and angry. Demon Ancestor. It was actually the Devil Ancestor. How is this possible? He should be a few hundred kilometers away in Ganzhou. How could he appear here? This must be fake. He must be a fake. Mu Baifeng, your Zhao family is indebted to the emperor, so hurry up and capture the fake Demon Ancestor. Mu Baifeng transmitted, "This guy doesn't seem to be a fake. Zhang Qingcheng, you are the commander of the blackguard. It's your duty to suppress such heretics. Why don't the blackguard capture him? This is a great achievement. Zhang Qingqing snorted coldly and took a deep look at Yang Feng. His eyes full of apprehension. Humph, that's only natural. I will capture him at the right time. Under Zhang Qingqing's lead, the hundreds of blackguards followed Yang Feng from a distance. What's going on? When the commander of the city guards Zhou Jin arrived with 3,000 elite city guards, he saw the experts of the Six Doors Gate and the blackguard following hundreds of meters behind Yang Feng, not daring to go up and capture him. He was at a loss. Who cares? That guy killed the son of the champion marquis. Even if he is a martial sage but besieged by so many experts, only death awaits him. Zhou Jin only hesitated for a moment, and then the desire to get the attention of the champion marquis welled up inside him. He pointed at Yang Feng and barked, "Capture him. If he dares to resist, kill him." The 3,000 elite city guards armed with blades and shields and dressed in light armor charged towards Yang Feng like a tide. They completely blocked the space, sealing off the space where the martial arts masters could perform their lightness skill that they were so proud of. Mu Baifeng's eyes flashed with excitement. A good chance. Zhang Qingqing showed an excited smile, and the inner force inside him surged, ready to take action at a moment's notice. Zhou Jin, that fool, well done. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a stone flew into the midst of the 3,000 elite city guards. A mist of blood drifted, and the heads of the 3,000 elite city guards exploded, turning the blue stone street into a hell on earth. Zhou Jin's headless body fell to the ground from his horse. Seeing this scene, the faces of the Scions, the Six Doors, and the black guards turned pale, trembled, and their teeth chattered. They couldn't even hold their weapons stably. Ding! 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 With a series of crisp sounds, the weapons in the hands of the Six Fan School and the blackguards fell to the ground one after another. With an enigmatic smile on his face, Yang Feng glanced at the Six Doors and the blackguards behind him and said flatly, "Since you have seen the power of the demon ancestor, do you surrender or die? If you want to die, I will grant you an equal death." Yang Feng's voice was flat, but the content was cruel. Set off by the corpses of the 3,000 city guards, it gave people a hair-raising feeling. Zhang Qingqing knelt on the ground decisively and said loudly, "I am the commander of the Black Guard Zhang Qingqing. I am willing to lead the Black Guards to serve your majesty." The hundreds of Black Guards also knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "I am willing to serve your majesty." Mu Baifeng heaved a long sigh, knelt on the ground, and said respectfully, "Chief Constable Mu Baifeng of the Six Doors is willing to lead the Six Doors to serve your majesty. Li Li is willing to serve your majesty." With complicated feelings in their hearts, everyone present knelt on the ground and uttered respectfully. Yang Feng said flatly, "Get up." "Follow me to take over the imperial city and maintain order there." Mu Baifeng heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Yes, your majesty." Suddenly fireworks rose in the imperial city, and all kinds of alarms sounded frantically. Troops began to gather in the direction of the imperial city. After all, the Great Zhou Empire is one of the 3 empires in the world. Its dynasty has existed for hundreds of years, and it is at its strongest. Its rule is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and there is no lack of die-hard loyalists. Yang Feng glanced at the fireworks, smiled softly, and continued to stroll towards the imperial palace. Mu Baifeng looked at the fireworks rising in the sky and smiled bitterly. If the opponent is him, it will be meaningless. In front of the Green Dragon Gate of Tianluo City's imperial palace, the gate of the Green Dragon Gate was closed. The fully armed imperial guards looked into the distance as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Under the watchful gazes of the imperial guards, Yang Feng appeared in front of the gate with a motley crew of 3,000 people he recruited along the way. When Yang Feng was 2 arrow shots away from the gate, he flicked his finger, and a stone shot out like a cannonball and slammed into the gate. Boom! Amidst a loud bang, the steel city gate that weighed a few 100,000 kilograms was immediately blasted into pieces, transforming into countless fragments that shot in all directions. Boom! Yang Feng flicked his finger again, and a stone slammed into a section of the city wall. The section of the city wall collapsed and revealed a huge hole. The morale of the Imperial Guards atop the city wall hit rock bottom in an instant. They trembled all over, and their eyes filled with fear and despair. In a siege, when a city gate is breached, it indicates that the defending side is doomed. Next, it is time for the victorious side to harvest the fruits of victory. Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty! When the 3,000 people recruited by Yang Feng saw that the imperial palace was breached, they were filled with excitement and shouted loudly. Yang Feng glanced at the city wall and said coldly, "Surrender or die. I'll give you only 3 seconds to consider. After 3 seconds, those who kneel down and surrender will be spared." A burly, handsome young general exuding the aura of a powerhouse walked out of the city gate and said loudly, "There's no need, Your Majesty, demon ancestor. I, Murong Chang, am willing to lead the 5,000 brothers stationed at the Green Dragon Gate to surrender to you. Please take us in, Your Majesty." Zhang Qingqing's eyes flickered and he mused, "This Murong Chang is really cunning. In this way, by relying on Sir Demon Ancestor at a critical time, he will definitely have a very high status in the future." Yang Feng said lightly, "Murong Chang, you are responsible for commanding the troops and maintaining order in the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace is mine. I don't want to see it in chaos with people burning, killing, and looting indiscriminately. If they dare to do so, then kill them all." "Yes, Your Majesty." Murong Chang saluted Yang Feng. His eyes shimmered brightly, and he said solemnly, "Your Majesty, I still have many good brothers in the Imperial Guards. I'm willing to be the vanguard to persuade them to surrender for Your Majesty." Yang Feng responded, "Okay." When Murong Chang surrendered, the Imperial Guard commanders in the Imperial Palace knew that the situation was hopeless. They surrendered decisively and chose to submit to the demon ancestor. The Great Zhou Empire's Imperial Palace was easily controlled by Yang Feng just like that. When Yang Feng felt Wu Meiying's aptitude, his eyes lit up at once, and he revealed a satisfied smile. Intermediate level 8 soul aptitude. This world is really a treasure trove of talents. However, the Heavenly Venerable didn't even take such a talent under his command. It seems that his injuries aren't clear. In the world of warlocks, intermediate level 8 soul aptitude is a heaven-defying soul aptitude. Yang Feng has seen countless geniuses, but only the little lowly Regina he got from God Bloodplane has intermediate level 8 soul aptitude. As for superior level 8 soul aptitude, Yang Feng has only seen one person, Shi Shui. The gap between level 7 soul aptitude and level 8 soul aptitude is known as the celestial boundary. Warlock geniuses with level 8 soul aptitude can undoubtedly promote to glorious dawn warlocks without any bottlenecks. Their probability of promoting to bright world warlocks and infinity warlocks is much higher than that of ordinary warlocks. It can be said that as long as Yang Feng is willing to spend a large amount of resources and nurture them carefully, Regina and Wu Meiying can be nurtured into infinity warlocks. Moreover, they will be pinnacle infinity warlocks who formed a small world inside them. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Okay, then from today on you are one of my people. I will also let your parents off the hook and not attack them." Wu Meiying bowed and wept tears of joy. "Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty." All the Wu family members present wept tears of joy and saluted Yang Feng. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Wu Shanming, take that thing out. I want to meet the Heavenly Venerable of Legend." The Heavenly Venerable of Legend is still alive? Impossible. The Heavenly Venerable is already a figure of the mythological era. It has been hundreds of thousands of years since the mythological era. How can he still be alive? The demon ancestor wants to fight the Heavenly Venerable, then he really is a mythological step powerhouse. According to legend, above the martial sage realm is the mythological realm. I didn't expect that legend to be true, that there really is a mythological step powerhouse who can live forever. The Imperial Guard commanders stared at Yang Feng with a complicated look in their eyes. Many people glanced at Wu Meiying with jealousy in their eyes. Immortality, that is everyone's dream. However, in this world, no matter how much power and wealth a person has, they can live to 60 plus years old at most. People who can live to 70 plus years old are very rare. If the Heavenly Venerable exists, then he has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. A living legend of longevity has appeared in front of them. For Yang Feng to be able to oppose a mythological figure like the Heavenly Venerable, he is naturally a mythological step powerhouse of the same rank and possesses a secret method to live forever. Wu Meiying's beautiful eyes blossomed with an enigmatic look. Wu Shanming uttered, "Your Majesty, the demon ancestor, Sir Heavenly Venerable has destroyed the statue used to enter and exit the Heavenly Venerable's palace." Destroyed? It looks like I'll have to put in a little more effort. Yang Feng clapped his hands, and the void distorted, and void assassins flew out and landed in front of Wu Shanming and company. The void assassins grabbed Wu Meiying and the others from the Wu family, then roared their engines and flew into the distance. Murongchang, take your people and evacuate the imperial palace at once. This place is likely to be dangerous. Yang Feng faintly left behind a sentence, then took a step forward. His body blurred, and he disappeared from where he stood. Murongchang ordered decisively, "Retreat. Brothers, retreat with me at once." As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the imperial study, his eyes flickered with enigmatic light, and the transcendent pupils suddenly appeared and looked around. Illuminated by the countless runes of the transcendent pupils, a twisted passageway appeared in the imperial study and extended towards a place of nothingness. Yang Feng tore open a huge hole in the twisted passageway, and then strode into the twisted passageway. The twisted passageway churned and rolled, looking like a twisted maze. If it was an ordinary warlock who entered such a maze, they would sink forever, unable to escape. Yang Feng's transcendent pupils shone brightly, and he stepped on the correct nodes one after another and walked towards the end of the maze. After a dozen plus breaths of time, a beautiful and magnificent palace appeared in front of Yang Feng. In the beautiful and magnificent palace, there sits a handsome middle-aged man dressed in a silver warlock robe. The handsome middle-aged man in a silver warlock robe took a deep look at Yang Feng and asked with a smile, "Are you a warlock?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "Yes, I am a human warlock from the Zhangji plain." "Are you a Heavenly Venerable?" The Heavenly Venerable smiled and said, "Heavenly Venerable? That's just a name given by the ignorant aboriginals of this world. I am a rogue warlock from the Great Cloud Dynasty, the God's Eyes. The names of warlocks have a wonderful power. Some warlocks can even cast all kinds of wicked curses on the enemy through their name. Therefore, many warlocks like to hide their true names and call themselves by all kinds of strange nicknames." Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "I am the supreme sword of the Great Cloud Dynasty's battle demon sect, as well as the demon ancestor of this world. God's Eyes, I'm curious, how can you live in this world for hundreds of thousands of years?" The eyes of the God's Eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered with a smile, "Everyone has their own secrets, and I am no exception. People don't like men who are poor at the root." Yang Feng uttered flatly, "I like this world very much. However, I don't want others to know about it. God's Eyes, what choice do you think I would make in this situation?" The God's Eyes replied calmly, "According to the warlock style, of course it would be to cut weeds by the roots, eliminate all insiders, and take control of the world." Yang Feng stared at the God's Eyes and uttered, "Smart. Now I'll give you two choices. The first is to become my subordinate and hand over all your secrets. The second is to die here. Which one do you choose?" "I choose the third one, and I'll kill you here." The God's Eyes suddenly smiled brightly, and an extremely violent wave of power spread out from his body. 100 eyes appeared on his body, each of which radiated queer light and strengthened the power of his fleshly body. Chapter 821. In an instant, the God's Eyes changed from an ordinary person to a fearsome god with infinite power, who can easily tear apart the void and move mountains and drain seas. Exuding an inhuman breath, he sent a palm barreling towards Yang Feng. The God's Eyes' control of power has reached an extremely terrifying level. with all his essence, chi, and spirit converged in the palm, not leaking a trace of power. Virtually as swift as a clap of thunder, the palm slammed into Yang Feng's fleshly body. Boom! Following an earth-shattering blare, the vast temple shattered and collapsed completely. 1,000 meters above the Tianluo city's royal palace, the void suddenly collapsed, the space cracked, and countless fragments of an idol fell to the ground like meteorites. From the space, a meteor flew out and slammed into the ground. Boom! Following an earth-shaking blare, a huge hole was blasted open in the ground, and countless rubble splashed in all directions. The handsome god's eyes, dressed in a silver warlock robe, with an immortal-like temperament, flew out of the hole, treaded on air, and looked coldly at the ground. Songji Plane's human warlocks have invaded countless planes, and they have mastered various axioms to analyze the plane origin will of various planes. Since this world can accommodate infinity warlocks, it is not a low-level ordinary plane. Since the god's eyes has stayed here for hundreds of thousands of years, he has naturally analyzed the laws of this world. Mu Rongqiang looked at the god's eyes in the sky, who is dressed in a silver warlock robe and has strange eyes on his body, and his heart filled with shock. That's the heavenly venerate of legend. Mu Baifeng looked at the god's eyes in the sky with shock. Heavenly venerate, that's the heavenly venerate. He actually exists. A mythical figure like the heavenly venerate. Heavenly venerate. That's the heavenly venerate. The god's eyes is an infinity warlock rank existence. Even though this world is very strange and the laws of heaven and earth are completely different from those of the Zhangji plane, his sense of existence is still very strong, far surpassing that of ordinary beings. This is what an infinity warlock is. No matter where they go, they are still extremely powerful. They are existences at the top of the world food chain. Once the god's eye used its own power, that extraordinary and powerful presence could no longer be hidden. At a glance, people would understand that he is the only mythical heavenly venerable who can rival Yang Feng. A trace of fear welled up in Murongchang's heart, since that was a sky sovereign. Then the person who was sent flying just now was the demon ancestor. What if the fiend ancestor is defeated? The Imperial Guard commanders who have just submitted to Yang Feng looked at the heavenly venerable standing proudly in the sky with shock and fear in their hearts. They are looking forward to Yang Feng turning the tables and defeating the heavenly venerable. Wu Shanming, who had been grabbed by the void assassin, looked at the heavenly venerate in the sky and then at his daughter, Wu Meiying, with a complicated feeling in his heart. If it was before, Wu Shanming would have hoped that the heavenly venerable would kill Yang Feng. But his most beloved daughter is about to become Yang Feng's woman. Once Wu Meiying is favored and gets the importation of the secret method to live forever, the Wu family will achieve far greater achievements than before. And he himself is more likely to gain immortality. This filled his heart with complicated feelings. Wu Meiying stared in the direction where Yang Feng was sent flying with worry in her beautiful eyes. She is very worried that Yang Feng will be killed. In that case, it will be difficult for her to get the secret method to live forever from him. Do you only have this much strength? You're too weak. In the center of the falling meteorite, Yang Feng opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. Primal chaos runes appeared on his body. He operated the primal chaos imperishable body secret method, and his injuries healed completely. Astonishment flashed in the eyes of the god's eyes, and he roared exasperatedly. How is this possible? The laws of heaven and earth of this world are completely different from those of the Zhangji plane. How can you recover so quickly? The god's eye did not control his voice at all. Between the heavens and the earth, it was as if a sudden clap of thunder had exploded. Within a radius of 100 miles, the ears of countless commoners were blasted to the point that blood flowed out. Some of the weaker elders were even blasted to death by that sound. If it wasn't for the fact that the demonic energy of heaven and earth in this world was thin, the god's eye's roar would have killed millions of residents in Tianluo City. So strong. Is this a mythical step powerhouse? That's heaven-defying. Murongchang, Mu Baifeng, and other martial arts experts bled from their ears, felt sharp pain in their heads, and stared at the god's eyes in the sky with shock in their eyes. To be able to kill martial arts experts more than a dozen kilometers away with a roar, This realm is far beyond the imagination of Murongchang and them. It's very simple. The difference in strength between us is too great. There's a fundamental difference. Yang Feng smiled faintly and took a step forward. A blur appeared above the god's eyes, and a palm bearing the weight of a mountain barreled towards the god's eyes. The countless eyes on the god's eyes body opened, his hands radiated golden light, and he blocked with all his strength. Boom! When the god's eyes was hit by Yang Feng's palm, it issued a heaven-shaking blare, and the strange eyes on its body burst open. A copious amount of blood splashed about and fell to the ground, making a heaven-shaking blare. Murongchang was dumbfounded. Insta-killed? The heavenly venerable was insta-killed. Mu Baifeng was also dumbfounded. That's the heavenly venerable, one of the 3 tycoons of legends. He was insta-killed just like that. That's unreasonable. Wu Shanming looked at Yang Feng standing proudly in the sky and murmured, "The demon ancestor, is this the demon ancestor? He's so strong. I have nothing to say about losing to such a person." In all fairness, Wu Shanming can be called a wise monarch, and he hasn't made any mistakes in governance. The Great Zhou Empire has been well governed by him. If it wasn't for Yang Feng's heaven-defying rise, the 7 demonic path sects wouldn't have been able to stir up any waves in the Great Zhou Empire. But now that he ran into Yang Feng, he can only blame it on his bad luck. At that time, the 10th princess Wu Mingshuang, who was only 13 or 14 years old, took a deep look at her elder sister next to her, and her eyes shimmered with jealousy. The demon ancestor is really strong. Damn it, why did he take a fancy to my elder sister instead of me? Although Wu Mingshuang is young, but she grew up in the imperial palace, which hides the most sinister and dark places in the world. She is far more mature than children of ordinary families. From Yang Feng's few words, she has already speculated that he wants to teach Wu Meng a powerful secret method, which is why she is full of jealousy towards her elder sister. Yang Feng said flatly, "Dead? No. No matter how much the laws of heaven and earth have changed, an infinity warlock is an infinity warlock after all. They won't die that easily. God's eyes, there's no need to play dead, this trick doesn't work on me." The god's eyes issued a mad roar. "You forced me to do this. Damned Zenith sword, since you forced me to this state, let's perish together." The fate algorithm inside Yang Feng suddenly throbbed violently, and a premonition of death welled up inside him. A dignified shade flashed in his eyes, the phantom ruler projection appeared behind him, and strange phantom ripples spread in all directions. Die! The god's eyes took out a white sword tip about 30 centimeters long. The white sword tip fragment is as white as jade, but if you look at it with the top eye ability, you will see that the white sword tip is engraved with countless mysterious runes, and exudes a flawless Empyrean-grade secret treasure aura that contains the truth of the universe. Eyes shot with blood. The god's eyes roared wildly and stimulated the power of the Empyrean-grade secret treasure fragment. The white sword tip flashed, and mysterious runes appeared on the blade. Every time a rune appeared, the breath of the god's eyes weakened by a fraction, and his body shriveled. After 3 breaths of time, the god's eyes has turned into a mummy. Die! The god's eyes pointed at Yang Feng and shouted sternly. The Empyrean-grade secret treasure fragment slashed the air, and a white thread flashed, and a huge crack appeared in the space. A huge ravine 100,000 kilometers long and 10 meters wide appeared out of thin air. Everything in the huge ravine has been wiped out, leaving no trace. Breathing heavily, a weak expression on his face, the god's eyes whispered, "Idiot, who asked you to go against me? Damn idiot, this strike consumed at least 100,000 years of my lifespan. This trash, I don't know how long I'll have to stay in this damn place to recover." So this is the power of an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. It's really powerful. Although it is far inferior to a true Empyrean-grade secret treasure, but it is indeed a rare secret treasure. To be able to mobilize the power of the Empyrean-grade secret treasure fragment with your Infinity Warlock rank strength. Did you sacrifice your lifespan? Where did you get so much lifespan? An extremely calm voice suddenly rang out behind the god's eye. With a look of horror on his face, the god's eyes screamed, "You didn't I kill you?" With the power of the God Slayer White Jade Sword, even if an avatar is hit, It will follow the avatar and slay the true body and avatars. How can you still be alive? Yang Feng uttered flatly. Because you're slashing at the air. Throw the God-slayer White Jade sword over. To his horror, the god's eyes found himself completely out of control, and threw the God-slayer White Jade sword in front of Yang Feng. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.